Finds the end of the Great Plains and enters the wild desert, seeking an oasis in this dismal embrace.
YouTube algorithm isn't promoting our episodes within the community.
Isn't promoting our episodes inside the community. That's fucked up. And I've been wondering the same thing, because I haven't been seeing his videos, and I haven't been seeing Lawai's videos either. Or do we just say fuck them and kill them? Like, they used to be attacking us, why do we care about them now? And it's like just the opposing views of that placed over this idea of the beastmen that are under Fafnir's control, that are like part of the beastman army, are like China's government. Alright guys, thanks very much for watching. As always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! The true creation of the governmental structure of the crystalline tree, and it's like now, you know, there's like an entire new economy based around adventurers bringing new types of materials into the tree. Tolkien is like the perfect example for like Lord of the Rings, where it's like you can be a casual reader and just read the story, and then if you're like really, really into it, you can look deeper into the lore. Each chapter have its own purpose as to like what am I trying to tell the reader and explain during this chapter. And you don't have conjugation between verbs, and you don't have tenses. In order for the monarch to state that he is the military, he has to back the decisions of the politics. Yeah, but I'm just thinking for myself, like as far as logistics go, the only thing I can think of that I don't have like specifics is like the size of the dragons. But they're so far outside of a scope. See the contrast from another character's perspective, essentially, or an outside perspective, because you've only seen it from like Husai's eyes. Characters like misremembering things, speaking wrong, straight up lying. That is like one of my biggest problems with the idea of putting it down on paper, is that once it's like down on paper, it kind of solidifies it. An interesting, interactive, almost experience of learning. They do have their monoliths, but that's not what their entirety is based around. But we've got this 4.5 hours and we're not even through the second video yet. I feel like Asmund. I turned a 10-minute video into an hour and a half, and I've turned a half an hour video into almost 3 hours. I think he would be impressed with me. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Yo, 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 we back, boys. So we did a little bit of tampering. So let me know what you think. We've got this guy, or this guy. I personally like this one. Like, I want to see what you're writing so I can read it. You guys like that?
Fire fascination fanatics falter fantasizing furiously following fatal foundations focusing force forwards forth funds foaming found fortune.
Did you see that crash on Toronto? That was a miracle nobody died? No, I did not hear about that. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, it flipped upside down. What the
Breaking
fuck?
news from Pearson Airport tonight. A Delta Airlines CRJ-900 has crashed. As you can see, the plane ended up upside down and the wings were sheared off. 80 people were on board the flight. No one was killed.
What
Good
the
evening.
fuck?
The crash occurred around 2:30 this afternoon. According to Peel paramedics, 15 people were injured, 2 of them critically. One child was also transported to Sick Kids Hospital.
The flight was coming in from Minneapolis.
What's happening with airplanes, man? What's going on?
Meaning arrivals and departures have been delayed and diverted.
Someone's fucking up our airplanes. You know what this reminds me of? There you go. That's how it happens, guys. That's how you rip wings off of a fucking plane. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. 8, 11, 12, 13.
Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What?
Fuzzy Bear, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How's it going? I think they're all good.
Abundant abject anomalies abide airy arms arbitrating amassed angels.
There you go.
Yes, I've reposted that post.
You have. Okay, that's what I thought. So everyone on that list is dead. We don't need to worry about them. So we need to worry about 395 to 430. 109 grandchildren. Still doing maths homework. Yeah, Levi. We've decided that basically there's gonna be an underclass of people who live inside the dome, and it's gonna be like all the black market, dark side of the Adventurers Guild is, and it's basically gonna be home to the reject, illegal bloodlines of. We still have 4 generations to go. Vidat, Radovan, Kamal, and Vilmos. And Vilmos is the current viceroy who's being inaugurated in the 2nd chapter. Speedrun. Who would like to write along with me and have me read your story, feel free to do that and then post it in the Discord when we're done. But, as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Your connection to the real world and your understanding of the real world is your basis for manipulation of the real world. And in the case of magic, it's about consciousness. So your thoughts and the power of your thoughts can be brought manifest through the connection between your soul and Gaia, essentially. And the more, like, the deeper the connection, the more understanding you have of the world, the better a mage you are. And even the most basic adventurers have to have some sort of understanding of magic, because the idea of how the, like, battle mechanics work is, like in Final Fantasy XI, with weapon skill, and then that weapon skill essentially, like, fissures the soulscape, and then the opposite element of that, so let's say it's earth, you start with earth, and you create a fissure from earth, and then you cast thunder on it, which is the opposite, and it kind of, like, expels it back, and it tears the fissure open into a rift, and then if you cast magic on that rift, it then implodes. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. You're great, bro. Hell yeah. Still male. Get off my follower list. You're fucking killing me, bro. Adventurers themselves, not to be the ones to start another Beastman war. Being an adventurer is an honor. It's not a privilege. And you can be stripped of your adventurer's ID. Unlocks all of the locked doors that things are, like, gate kept behind. I want to leave the gaps that allow the reader to fill in order for them to feel that the world is their own. Very fantastic, magical world. So when describing it, I would, like, kind of, you know, feel like it was like tapping on a keyboard kind of idea, and like swishing across.
Come on, Speedy.
Wow. He's really on there good.
Thank you so much, Valiant Boy. Oh my fucking god, that's amazing. Thank you for the subscription. You are the first ever subscriber. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This toke is for you, my good friend. There you go, you're a moderator now. Don't worry, bro. I'm always on kick, but Twitch don't cause me a problem. Yeah, no worries. It's whatever. That's why I multi-stream. Whatever platform you prefer to be on that platform. I'm gonna say, go read a chapter of a book. Honestly. Lazy Panda! Welcome to the stream! How's it going? If you can't say fuck you to your friends, can you say fuck you to fuck you? Yo, 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 we back, boys. Welcome, welcome. So, today we are doing some mappage in order to get just a very specific area. Here. So we can start working on like a timeline for originally the Sahagin. We're going to start with the Sahagin because they're where the main story is going to revolve around them at the very beginning. Because their village is very close to Ifrit. If I can friggin' find where I saved this. Jeez. Okay, there we go. Frig. Okay, so we're gonna take an actual map of the world, and we're gonna fuck it up and make it into our 4 continents, and we're gonna smash them all together and see what we get out of it. So we want freeform, and we're gonna take just this general landmass idea. Wow, we kind of fucked up because we forgot to, we can just get rid of it, though. Forgot to do this, so we have something to work with. There we go. We'll zoom back in down here. So we want... I don't think it really matters as long as we separate them so they're not in the same slots. Then I think we'll be completely fine. Let's take. Wait, why is it doing that? That's not what I want. That's 1 and 2, and then we're going to do 3. This is just to position where things are, and then we're going to use Google Earth to figure out. This is getting louder than I intended it to be. There, and one more. I'm thinking something like that. I think they need to be closer together, though. Just as, like... But that doesn't really matter, because we're going to smash them together anyway. So what they originally look like doesn't really matter right now. Okay, we're going to have to pull that in first. So let's grab that over. That over. This one in. We'll take this one. Kind of bring it like that, and then we want... No, we want this. Five. So we want something like... That's a giant mountain with mountain range there. Mountain range there. I do not know how to use this. I want to fill? How do I fill? Whatever. We know that's like a super mountain. And this one. Kinda. Well, I think these both kind of smash like this. So there would be... It's like mountain range here. And then this one. Like that. And we would have... That would all be mountain. Kind of like that there. So right here, is where the tree is. Okay. So this is our epicenter. Oops. Let's take this. Oops. Control C. Make sure we actually grab it. Okay. File. New. There. So this is our representation of kind of what the world is going to look like. And these are like super mountain ranges. Like ridiculous mountain ranges. And this kind of separates, I'm guessing this might either be Shiva, or Shiva might be over here somewhere. But we could have like Titan there. We could have like monsoons and like thunderstorms and shit like that here, and have like Rama there. Probably Leviathan somewhere down here. Save as JPEG. FFN maps. Gaia reference. Alright, then we just have to like look at where these areas are on an actual map. So we're like kinda in the middle of Ottawa. But it's like a lot of the US got snuffed up by South America. But this is the massive volcano in the center. So this would be, that's like on the border just south of, so if we pull up, let's pull up Google Earth. I don't understand. I just, what am I doing? Give me, like, fucking, just, give me the Earth and let me zoom in. I don't understand Google Earth. Launch Earth. Create a new project? I don't fucking understand. Why is this shit so complicated? I don't give a fuck. I just want to zoom in. Okay. So we're like... Where's Ottawa? So we're like right somewhere like in Ohio, or what is this? No, I want the state. What state is this? Why is it not? Okay, Pennsylvania. So we're like somewhere in Pennsylvania, I think. There's the Great Lakes. Maybe we're higher than that. Maybe we're like, maybe we're in New York. Because we're like, if you look at this, it's like those are the Great Lakes. They're also split by, like, this part of Russia as well, like right here. But yeah, I think we're probably, like, right around here. So now the question is, what does the terrain look like? Is it changed? How is it changed? So we're gonna zoom in on. So let's think of these as like dried out lakes. So it's like during flood seasons and stuff like that, they'll fill with water and stuff, and maybe that's where the Sahagin generally live, and that's like maybe the cave that's next to Ifrit is like right here. So we're gonna place ourselves like literally like on the corner and like frickin' wherever this is. So like what's this size ratio? How do I change this to like I don't care. I just want to see like how do I see like just the terrain? How do I see just the terrain? Like, get rid of the roads. Okay, well, there's a river right there. Because that's our biggest thing, is like we want to follow like riverways and other stuff and kind of figure out a general idea. But this doesn't give us a general idea at all. It's like, how do I just see view layers? Clouds, borders and labels, roads. Aren't these roads? Landmarks. I want to see water. It's like, I don't understand how it says roads aren't on, but I'm seeing fucking roads. Oh, clean. Okay, I don't know why the fuck it doesn't give you that option. Yes, okay, that's what we need. That's what we need, boys. Okay, we can follow this, because this shows us, like, riverways, waterways, and that's what we need. We need a general idea. So, let's see, how close in can we get? What is this? Don't think distance matters. Here we're at 22 kilometers. Yeah, so like Bring up layers again. Show 3D buildings and trees where available. Latitude and longitude lines? No. I'm just thinking, how can I copy this? "22 kilometers. So that's 10 kilometers. I'm just thinking for scale. What would be the most appropriate size to start with? I think we should go with like this. Fuck off with this shit. Add, import. I don't understand what that is. Okay, well, let's see what this looks like with this. You can tell this was taken at a different time of year. Holy shit. So this is all forest. Okay, we can scale in as we go, but I think like the most important thing is to have these lake beds around. Let's bring this new. Grab our scale and distance and location. Earth reference tree. So if we start with this, we go here. Nope, not there. That's like another reference, but we want to get rid of that. Here we go. Get rid of that. And we want to go create new map. We want to do this one on, I believe it was this. True style landscape. Okay. So, using this as reference, I'm going to start with deep water. I gotta, oops. I gotta remember how to friggin' do this. I need a toke before we start, though. Okay, how do we get rid of this? Where is undo? Okay. So we want here, open catalog, super dark water. That? Oh no, that's not right. I was only looking at half the picture. Okay, it's like that, and then all the way down. Let's do this just in a grid. Okay, so that's all deep dark water. This is about halfway, so about there. And then everything from there, we can go diagonal. About this. Water for now. Okay, we want brownish. And brown. Maybe it's more this. Grass 1, grass mixed, grass green, land 2, land yellow. Let's try land yellow. Okay. Grass mixed. More like that, and then this green. So this is all this. For now, and then green. And we're gonna have like and this is like the deep forest. And then it's actually like mountains. The other side of that mountain. Is that. And we want orange. Based upon how large this picture is, like, I think this actually should be where the tree is. So I'll just do white. That's where the tree is. And that's the massive volcano. And then this is the side where the Sahagin are. And this is like Ifrit. It's deep jungle with... Let's do very shallow. Hey Ox, how are we? Hey Cute Muffin, how's it going, bro? Welcome, welcome. We are building a map of Gaia. So we want... Well, that's good to hear, bro. Like something coming out of here like this. Here. What's the world for? This is for the book. This is the beginning area. Basically like the first zone. This kind of goes into there. So this is the Sahagin, like home, essentially. It's the area in the bottom right corner. This is the tree. So this is the volcano. That's the lava. And since I didn't want to do something that looked like blue, I just put white in the middle to make it look like the tree, and it's like, you know, top-down view of the tree. And we got like a waterway going through here. And then all this There's a lake draining through there. This used to be bigger, but it kind of like crushed together. So there's kind of this dead end piece here. It's a bloody big one. Well, if you look, what we're comparing it to, these are the, like, that's like, so I guess like this is New York, and these are like the Great Lakes, and this is like Canada up here. And then we smashed everything together, so we've got this, where it's like the tree is in the middle there. We've got all these mountains completely surrounding us. We're in this, like, the map we're making right now is in this valley, like right here on this side of the tree. And it's like there's the volcano with mountains on all sides, and then there's this like lake kind of area where the Sahagan live. And that's like the main Sahagan. I don't know anything about New York State. Neither do I. It's just a reference of like where it is in the world. But this is like Russia's now collided with Canada. Like South America smashed and completely destroyed the U.S. Only like the top part of Canada, and then Africa smashed into both Russia and North America and South America. And now there's like mountain ranges. So these are kind of the idea of like the mountain ranges, and there's like the 3 volcanoes. And then this is like a dead area kind of in the middle here where it just kind of everything flattened out. Found a nice song artist. Marino? Interesting. What kind of genre of music? Okay, there we go. So now need like a little bit of water that's going through here. Something like that. So there's like a little bit, but there's not a lot. And there's like another runoff that runs into like a little. Kind of lake thing with an island on it. And the river continues along. There's a fjord that hits there. And this one kind of goes like this and starts to thin out. It goes kind of down where it reconnects there. Marino is kind of similar to Boy with Luke. Never even heard of that. Very interesting. I'm not exactly like, I'm a classic rock guy, so I generally don't listen to anything but that, or like soundtrack kind of stuff. So it's like, and there's like no water in these areas, so they're kind of dying out. There's a little bit of water here. There's a lot of water here, so we kind of need to make more water here. Kind of fjords that kind of go out into here. And get another one that goes like down here. One that cuts through like this. And these are the waterways that the Sahagan use. There's also a ton of underground tunnels and stuff. You don't know Boy with Ook? No, never heard of that. What is that? I listen to music that's like before the 2000. Interesting. Huh. Nope, never heard of that. You're just bringing all this new stuff. Can't go wrong with that. Come on, I bet you if I pull this up, you won't know what this is. But you're way too young, so that's okay. Oh, whoops, this isn't YouTube. Where are you? Nope, not that one. Not that one. This one. Please tell me you know this song. Never heard of someone who doesn't know him? Well, now you have, Cute Muffin. I'm not really into internet sensation kind of things. I think I've heard it, but I don't know the song. Okay, as long as you've like heard it before. You've lost it, haven't you? Yeah, pretty much. I fucking love this song. Listen to any more Tom Stone? No idea. I think this should be a little bit of a mountain. So let's go like 25. And this is like... Ever heard of an Aftern Ved some Valium, bro. Yo, how's it going, bro? Afton. No. Never heard that recently. I've just been listening to my playlist and recommended on Spotify. I hate Spotify. I mean, it's a great service and stuff, but you shouldn't have to pay for shit. I just freaking hate paying for shit. Or listening to ads. Headache all day yesterday. Oh man, that sucks. Headaches are fucking brutal. You just have it free? I don't know. Showing cute muffins some good music. You can do nothing, just wasting your time. Yeah. I think this is getting closer to what we want, because we come out of the tree, we've got this massive forest that's just on the edge here, and it's kind of growing on the tree, on like the side of the volcano as well. I don't think I've had a headache in at least a few months, I don't know. I had a headache like last week, it was fucking brutal. Then they come out of the tree, and there's like this little lake area, and these blue areas are like deeper parts of the water, and those connect to underground caverns that lead into this area, and this area is like the cave formation where they're gonna be going. I don't know, never really had a real migraine, just headaches from like staying up to like not getting enough sleep basically. And the Sahagin have like their secret hidden village in here, which is the one that's like so actually what we want is like an actual immense forest that's kind of lining the outside of this. That was way too thick. I think it's too thick, so just thin it out in some areas. Now I'm praying for the end of time. Hurry up and arrive. If I gotta spend another minute with you, I don't think that I could really survive. You're right back, G, taking my pills. Alright, or withdrawal. Not really withdrawal. Do you take medication? Yeah, I have seizures, so I take Dilantin. And in the center here, underneath everything, is water underneath there, and that's why it's like it grows so green and nice around that area, but it's kind of dead in the other areas. I have LQTs. I take Atin, All, Sandoz. Yeah, bro, heavy passed. Yeah. Sometimes it's just brutal, right? Nothing you can do about it. Just the way the world works, guys. So if we save this, beginning zone. If you don't know LQTs, Search it up. I don't know how to explain it. Jesus. Holy shit. I sweat a lot, but damn, I couldn't imagine that shit. That's insane. Anything that's to do with, like, heart problems, I could not imagine. I have a fucking strong-ass fucking heart, man. It's the one thing they always tell me when I fucking go to the doctor over the fucking seizure bullshit. It's like, yeah, at least you got a strong heart. I'm like, I better have a strong fucking brain, bitch. Okay, so now we do text. The text we want is Sahagin territory. Okay, next one. Sacred Mount. Wait, for fuck's sakes, why would it do that? I can't be cold, can't have caffeine, I can't have over 300 types of medication, including some common anesthesics. Yeah, freaking put you under, your fucking heart explodes. Like, Jesus. Sahagin territory. No, I don't want to make another one. I just want to fucking click off the other one. Now I want Sacred Mount. Crystalline tree. I feel like it has to do with my heart rate dropping randomly to 51 while standing. It's like a laptop, like a brand new PC that's running at like 100% CPU, but 0 GPU. It's like, you're idling. Why the fuck are you running 100% CPU? Like, what are you, an Intel 9? Like, what the fuck? So the Sacred Mount, the Crystalline Tree. Okay, so this is gonna be like the exit. So... like... this is Ifrit. Oh, Jesus, I did not... But that is cool that you can, like... Okay. So this is Ifrit. Thank you for the chat. See you next stream. Alright, bye, Muffin. Have a good night. You're a warrior. Agreed. Good luck. We believe in you, bro. Is that big enough? 25? Because, like, okay, what was our scale again? Yeah, so if this is our scale, that would mean the tree itself, 500 kilometers across. So that's not actually, Let's think what the scale of this actually is. It should be like, the crystalline tree is like, I want to say like 10 kilometers. Like, the trunk of the tree is 10 kilometers, like, diameter. Just because I said I've got issues. Hey, man, we all got issues. It's just health issues. Like I said, I have seizures. Fucking sucks. But that's life, right? I'm just lucky that I didn't start having my seizures until I was like 22 or 23. Like, you're 14 and you have to deal with this shit. I couldn't fucking imagine. That sucks. But I'll pray for you. I believe in you, bro. You've got this. Keep it up. Good night, good sir. Yeah, it's just rough idea, but like 10 kilometers? So this is like, this would be like 10 kilometers across? Well, actually, like the tree actually encompasses like this much space. Like, the trunk almost completely encompasses the lava. This is just like a representation. But Ifrit runs all the way along here. Ifrit tree entrance. I'm gonna put that. Damn it. Jesus Christ, I can't fucking spell or shit. I swear that's what I fucking had, idiots. Tree entrance. We're just gonna do tree entrance. I think that's fine. It's the tree entrance, maybe 15 to Ifrit. I'm just thinking for like size and scale and stuff, like how big is this volcano? How big is the crystalline tree? Like, how long does it take to walk through it? I mean, how long would it take to walk from one city to the from one side of one city to the other? The main way to travel inside the tree is inside of the crystalline itself, and it's kind of like, it creates a bubble inside the area, and then it's like basically moves you through that bubble, and it's like basically an elevator kind of idea, but it's like your own personal little elevator, or however many people you want to put inside of it. And then that takes you all the way to the roots. So it's like getting around the tree is really easy. Once you've left the tree, that's the problem. That's what chocobos are for. Everyone uses chocobos for everything. And chocobos are a huge thing. So it's like as soon as you leave the route, you basically have to get a chocobo. And then you'll be riding your chocobo all the way to the city. Through like the little bits of the tree of the roots kind of stick out into this cavern that's been put there. That's the tree entrance to Ifrit. And this entire area, all of this is Ifrit. Whoops. So from all of this is part of the city of Ifrit. So we gotta have like entire like district sections for like farming. We gotta have crafting. We gotta have a government. We gotta have the guild. We gotta have like chocobo raising, like livestock raising. We've gotta have like a entertainment district. But I like this as like a general kind of just where we'll start here, and then here would be on the very tip and the edge would be like the Sahagin village. And that's like the main village that we interact with. It's not this place. Just gonna put white here to symbolize that this is a Sahagin village. It's a fairly large village. It's because it connects to a couple of other villages that are smaller. Kind of just spread around here like this. So these are the basic villages that we start off with for the first zone. And basically everything else is Ifrit, but we haven't encroached on this area. Or it's like, maybe that's like, we've built the city around it, and it's like, this village is incorporated inside of Ifrit. Something like that, maybe? And it's like one of the first Beastmen villages that the adventurers supported. And Sahagin are like, among the Beastmen, they're the most favored for adventurers because they're the ones that like kind of opened up off the bat and were like, yeah, sure, we'll trade with you, you know. I'm just gonna kind of show this going to the tree. That's like the entrance. Have like a road system kind of built out as well. Yeah, that's way too big. Should be more like that. this, and we're gonna go Ifrit. $30? Oops. Just thinking where I should put it. If I should put 2 of them, or if I should just put it here. And here's like the main part of Ifrit, and then it kind of branches off here, but this is like the very entrance area. And it's like, this would be like old Ifrit. Sahagin Prime Village. Jesus. Fuck my nose, boys. Fuck my nose. Shit's brute. We gotta grind some more. We gotta grind some more. Some more. Can I have some more, sir? Some more Huad? Yes, sir. More Huad, please. Bring on to Huad. The great Huad. God damn. Jesus fucking knows. What is this? I haven't even smoked, bro. Maybe that's the reason why. Maybe it's just fucking stuffy in here because it's been so nice over the last couple of days. So it's actually like, you know, a lot drier than it has been. Where did the Husaks go? I guess it's just starting a new track. Alright. So we got this is Hagen Prime Village. This one's small. So that's where we're kind of mostly interested in right now. Let's call it Lower Ifrit. Let's go Ifrit and call this Upper Ifrit, Lower Ifrit, Normal Ifrit. I think that'll do. Kind of differentiates. Interesting. So I guess it could be like a tunnel? Cool. And there's another one there. And then bring it down. One there. One there. One there. One there. No. There. Or actually, no. Shit. This one? It's this one. It's the other way. Yeah, there. Okay. Another one. There. And there. Now let's open catalogs. We've got like brown mountains, brown hills. Wait, why am I doing that? I'm an idiot. It should be like... Kinda like that? No. else do we have? Ships, Orc Village, Castle, Fortified City. Okay, so we want a fortified city there. Then we'd want... Oh, actually, no. We'd want a castle here. Let's do 250. So there's a castle there. Lower Ifrit. With a town. There. Farm. There. 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 And a city. There. There. And there. So it's kind of like a township with a city with a bunch of farms, and then it goes into the fortified area. So you got this really fortified area, this really fortified area, and you got like the inner junctions that connect between them. And then you have like your Orc Village. So we're going to do 50. Tower. Towers guarding against anything from the sea. The mountains covering the backside. They have tower there. And a tower there. I think this should just be like a back-end fortified area, so maybe even put a farm there. That's a farm, right? No, I think that's a farm. Back into the mountain. Little tiny town there and there. I think that works really well. And there's like this here, and most of this is green. upper part here is kind of a forest lining the waterway. We get to about there. Bridges, dead trees. There's no road. It's a scale. There's no real road, but I guess we could just go select this. And use like white as a road. And then there'll be another castle here. Lining it, we have some farms. Town. There. Towers. There's gonna be a town there, and then we want a city. There. And there. And another farm. Like small farms, kinda. 25. There. These are mainly for the lookout towers. And these ones are for the main cities. And then here we have some that are just for like the supply, because we have slots. There's a big farm there. In there with a couple of little farms. There's farms all along here with a couple of towns and cities in between. I'm just thinking, like, along this area, there's also, like this is a wall. And this is, like, your agricultural area that's, like, in the middle of the two giant states, essentially, on each side. Whereas this one is, like, clustered because this was the first thing that they built. And then once they had this established and stuff, they're like, okay, let's build a road and, like, another joining area because we need more infrastructure and we need more, like, room to work with kind of idea. Because it's expanded so much. But this is the very first. Okay, so I can put a cave. There. And we actually want dead tree. Biggest scale possible. There's the tree. I think that's a pretty good start, though. And this is all Sahagin territory. Like, I don't know the exact size, but this is at least kind of an idea. Gives us an idea of where we're going. Okay, well, we need bridges. Now that I think about it. Bridge there. Bridge there. Why is it spinning both of them? Like that works. No. I hate this that it doesn't, like, deselect it when you click. It's super annoying. And the only crossing here for a bridge is that. And you have to go past the Sahagin village. So, like, all of this territory. And we have, like, as adventurers, we kind of have this kind of thing. But we gotta figure out, like, where Sky Cities are, where's, because there has to be a Sky City connected to this in some way, shape, or form. And that's why there's all the tunnels underneath and everything. There used to be underground workways for construction of the city when it was first created. So the only way to get into this area is with Sahagin permission, essentially. And because the Beastmen are so, or the Sahagin are so connected to Ifrit, and Varius, or not Varius, Gluttony. Yeah, that's Varius. As I'm realizing now that I think I've used Varius for 2 characters. Because I'm an idiot. But I haven't decided. Who the Archive Master is. Or if that's Zaid and then the Library Master. Either way. One of them. I think Zaid's the Library Master, though. And the Sahagin control that. I'm just trying to again picture this on scale. So let's see if we can actually figure this out. Scale. Thinking where to put it. Maybe we do like this. We do it in like a grid pattern. No, that's not what I want. Like, maybe that's 10 kilometers, but that's pretty freaking huge. But then again, okay, let's do an actual comparison of, like, where is the, I don't remember where frig it is. Just open. Where is it? The hell? Why is my music not working? There it goes. Jesus. Why is one of these not? Is this it? Oh, this has to be it. So, where are we on a scale? 60 kilometers? So if we're talking, we're like here. Like how wide, let's say, is an actual city? Yeah, if we're talking this, then I don't think 10 kilometers is actually that bad. Like, these could even... I think 10 kilometers is actually good. So let's go text 10 kilometers. Just move it like that. So that's 10 kilometers across. So that's like 10, 20, 30, 40 kilometers. So that'd probably be like 25 kilometers. So thinking on that logic, from like lower Ifrit to upper Ifrit is like a day's journey? Like a 10-hour trip. On a chocobo, it's probably 2 hours. But I think this is like a really good start, at least. It gives us, we're coming out of the crystalline tree, we're going into a giant castle, like walled city area, which is like the main entrance. Like you can't get past this entrance here into the tree. Basically, if you're a beastman. So the whole point is to guard them out. So it's like, are they not allowed in this section of the city, maybe? And this is like the main government place, as well as the Adventurers Guild. And then like up here is like I don't know, but this would be like entertainment district, shopping area. Oh, storage. This would be like a storage area. Upper Ifrit. This is more of a logistics site, like warehouses full of stockpiled stuff. And it's like, because of all the farms along the edge of it. I don't know, something like that. And then we'd need another fortified city. Maybe we just have one like on the water. So we do 200. On the water there, and we have like, let's see, guard towers of 100, like there. Oh, for fuck's sakes. There. Apparently I have too many tabs open because, like, it is not liking this music. I'm like, do I really have that many? Okay, I guess this is another random Google Earth that's open. I don't know why it's lagging. Maybe it's just the video itself. Guten Tag, Levi. Welcome, welcome. How's it going, bro? How is the stream? We have gotten some pretty good progress on our idea of what we kind of want Ifrit to look like. Okay, so we want a city. Got my short story finished and decided to call it a night. Hell yeah, bro. Congratulations. Do you want to share it? I would be very interested to read it. Okay, so also, that map looks a lot less amateurish than 99% of Incarnate maps I've seen. Do you mean specifically the layout of the doodads on the map, or like the actual terrain itself? And like how it's kind of structured with like the water flow in mind for how green of the area it is by how much water is around it and stuff. Because we smashed everything together. So we took an actual map of the Earth. So we took this. And we took out the main five. We don't care about Australia because we only have 4 continents in our book. So we took like most of like Russia and China and India, South and North America, and Africa, and we smashed it together into this, where the trees in the center, these are like giant mountain ranges that have been caused by the land smashing together. And then we went to... most people have no good sense for where biomes should naturally end, and it looks very artificial. Exactly why we did this. And this was our basic origin idea, because that's where we are on the world. These are the Great Lakes. Like right here. So it's like we're kind of in this area. So I was like, okay, well, what does that look like in the real world? And then we had to scale it down, but we pretty much zoomed in on, like, if we go here, because the main zoom out was like something like this, and then we were like here. Where's this river that we were on? Fuck, I think I lost it. Is it down here? Well, here we go. Yeah, and here's the city with the river in the middle of it. Because we were also testing like how big is an actual like fucking district, right? Like this is just like a city. I don't know what city this is because I don't have the titles on, but like this is your centralized area, right? This entire span is 24 kilometers, and that's just like the initial area. So if you look at my map with 10 kilometers, it's like from one side of the city to the other is about, or like castle walls specifically, is 10 kilometers. So like this is like 25 kilometers, and then yeah. But we're basically basing everything off of the real world and then artificializing it, right? And that'll be how we get, like, a very, like you said, natural looking, not artificial. Because every time I make something, it's artificial. It looks artificial. So I'm like, I'm just going to base it off of reality with tweaks, of course, because it's not like anyone's going to actually know, right? And since we're in the crystalline tree, we're going to be coming out of the tree, entrance to Ifrit. Ifrit's the main town. Sahagin are the first beastman race that we interact with, and they're like... We've, like, raised them up, so it's like Sahagin are, like, the leader of the beastmen, kind of, on, like, a grand scale, because they were the first ones to like, engage with adventurers, because they were there. So that allowed them to get the upper hand in, like, trading and everything like that. So it's very, there's a lot of, like, interplay in politics between the beastmen races as well, for, like, wars between them that they haven't had in their history since before the dragons. Posted a link to my story on your Discord if you want to check it out later. Yeah, because we've been... Yeah, okay, we need to call it. We've been at this for 2 hours. Yesterday, we didn't get to do a story because everything was just going so fast. And it took us... Or so slow. It took us forever to go through and figure out the origins of, like, how the Beastmen are. And it's taken us 2 hours to kind of develop this map out. And we're going to need more, like, farms and kind of, like, in between, like, districts. Like, if we look at this, like, that'd be the main city, and then you have, like, all your kind of farmland, and, like, this is all farmland, right? Like, look how much farmland there is compared to, like, the main cities. Like, this is all farmland, and then, like, that gray is, like, the cities. So, like, it really needs to look supernatural like that, with literally farmland everywhere, because you need that infrastructure in order to feed everyone, right? So it's like the amount of farms should, like, definitely be a lot more than the amount of land. And this is where it's like, I've also thought, I never thought about farmers, about people. What about people who leave the tree that don't want to be adventurers, that just want to go outside? I've married myself to the idea that only adventurers leave the tree, but that's not true. There needs to be a class differentiation, supernatural rather than supernatural. Exactly. Exactly. That's a very, very fine line, right? But we know where we are on that. We know where we are on this. Let's get to some stories. So, I want to turn this around, and I want to do the stories first before I do the speed run, because maybe that'll give me some inspiration. So, let's see. What does Reddit have for us? Oh, it's romance. I don't want romance. The coconut juice. Okay, we'll do those three. And let's go over here, pull this up. Let's go here. Mine is, by the way, the first story I've written since I was in high school. Alright. The Tale of the Brothers. Alright, we're gonna have a toke before we start this. Let me just close all this extra bullshit that's just gonna freak shit out later. Okay, that should be good. I think the video's still fucking lagging, but that might be... Hold on, I'm just gonna go to the end, and then I'm gonna click back. And there we go. See if it stays on trajectory. Well, so far I can tell that it's already a good length, because it's 7 pages. And my longest story is my chapter 1. The entire chapter is 8 pages. So, the length of it, I already like. Yeah, but kind of so is mine. Like, if I copy and paste it in, it's pretty much the same. Like, let's do an experiment. Google Docs. I guess it is different. Well, I mean... It doesn't feel that much, but yeah, I guess it is a bit different. Where does it show a word count? That's the one thing I was like, what's the word count for this? Because mine only shows character count, it doesn't show word count. You gotta highlight, then go tool. Oh, tools? Word count. 4,533 words. Characters excluding spaces, 20,000. It's 4,000 spaces. Damn. Okay. But anyways, doesn't really matter. Thank you for teaching me how to use Google Docs. Tale of the Brothers. 1 space per word. Wait, did I smoke that bowl or did I just pack that bowl? I did not smoke that bowl. 1 space per word. That's not true because depending upon how it calculates it, a space between your paragraphs should count as 1, and I'm not sure if tabbing for an indent counts as 1 or 5. But that's how you could accelerate your spaces past the amount of actual words. Being like, why do you have more spaces than words? It's like, well, it depends on how tabs work. How many spaces did you put between paragraphs? Did you separate certain scenes with like a large gap kind of idea? Might not count line breaks and might count hyphenated as 2 words without spaces. Very true. I don't know how it works. I don't really use Google Docs because I've lost stuff because of Google Docs before. So I just put it on the notepad, and then I back it up on Google Docs, but I don't have a backup on there of this. Idea. Take your story, the story I'm going to write during the speed run, and the 3 stories we're going to read on Reddit, and we're going to put them through Grok, and we're going to get Grok to analyze them using Stephen King as a standard for a 10 out of 10, and some sort of child's author for like a 1 out of 10. And we're going to get the AI to rank all of the stories based upon those 2 standards from 1 to 10. Ooh! 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 I was laughing. I laughed at you for rolling a 2 and I rolled a 1! Fuck! I shouldn't have been so fucking goddamn prideful! Fuck! I think the talent thing was probably one of the best things I've done for the stream. 100%. It's my favorite thing. Is Botrix broken? What the fuck? I'm sorry, Valiant boy. What's going on? I gotta get Botrix to do its thing. Wait, what the fuck? Where's my... There it is. I'm an idiot. Okay. I don't know why, but when I restart the browser, it turns off the TTS. Yeah. I'm so sorry! Try it again. I just turned it on. I just turned it back on.
Valium Boy's writing talent is 690%.
I forgot to put the S! Fuck! I'm an idiot.
Itox is more so Valium Boy, don't worry, he's a fucktard carrot.
Wait, that's pronounced carrot? Like the above sign? And it's like, damn, Valium, you gotta start writing a story right
heck.
fucking now. Oh my god, this is beautiful. You completely destroyed us, bro. Okay. Reading hats on, boys. Reading hats on. Let's do this.
Sorry Valium, I am slut, I am just a slave bot. Oh no, they found out Valium Boy is my alt.
It doesn't work on Botrix because I don't know how to set it up. If you want to show me how to fucking set it up, it's... Get out of here. Chatbot commands. Defaults. I tried to copy, because if you say followage, it says username. I will kick its ass, bot, just play with my nerves. Okay, we're doing this right now, Valium. This is for you, because you're the whole point. You are the god. How to make commands on kick with Botrix. For fuck's sakes, I can't. I need to play more RuneScape. I swear I've watched this before. It's like, yeah, okay, I can set up the commands. But like, he's just like adding links. I want to know how to actually, like, what are the commands? Hold on. Let's just go here. What are the commands? Because it is the commands. What are the... I don't even know how to word this. Like, what are they called? Like these things. The at $ username. Because like I said, if I take this and I copy this, right? And I go to my commands and I go add, and I add that, and I go, let's say followage without a second L or the G, right? And then we do that, right? And it saves. And then we go here and we type in, and it says username. It doesn't say intoxication. I'm like, why? I directly copy and pasted it from this. But if I do this and I go, it says intoxication is not following this channel. So I don't understand why copy and pasting it doesn't work. Or if, like, I do this one, like, streamer has amount of followers. And I go my commands, and let's edit this one, and just do that. So the command's there. It works, right? Username has amount of followers, even though it's a direct copy from it. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I don't know why it's not working the way it should fucking work. And I just gave up on it because I couldn't figure out how to do it. I was like, fuck this. But yeah, that was my attempt again at doing it. I am sorry, Valiant Boy. I don't know why Botrix is so fucked. And Stream Elements doesn't work with Kick. At least it didn't last time I checked. I don't even know how to... Because, like, if I go to Kick, and I go... Oh, for fuck's sakes, I can never figure out this shit. Nothing happens. But if I go here, the 8-ball says, I don't think so. So the commands work for Twitch, but they don't work for Kick. Even in the essence of, like, if I went, like, talent Valiant Boy. It's like I can force it to do that by typing the name, but like Kick and Botrix won't do the like number generation that is what I copied from all the other number generation ones on the Stream Elements. So I don't know, man. I am really sorry. I wish I didn't have to say I fucking gave up, but I gave up. I was prioritizing other things because I just couldn't afford to spend the time to figure it out. So it is what it is. But I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Alright. Okay, enough stalling. Let's get through this. The Tale of the Brothers. Beneath the mountain from which ash flows down the river amidst the quiet lowlands lived our ancestors. In those days, we men were forced to serve under the great and mighty dragon, Macklemore. For him, we battled his many rivals, giants and orcs and even other dragons, and through these battles our kind was hardened. As with all things, the age of dragons came to an end, and it did so through the hands of two brothers, Lucas and Peter. Lucas was a powerful mage, feared by many, but trusted by few. Peter was a brilliant warrior, hardly more skilled than today's soldiers, but with a good head on his shoulders, that others came to rely upon. It was a cold autumn day. Peter kept watch over the camp from his guard tower. Lucas trained in a field outside their camp's walls. A man made his way over the hills, beaten and bloodied. He stumbled through the fields before collapsing outside the gate. Some women from the camp saw this and carried him inside to the medical tent. Lucas, hearing the commotion, returned to camp. He saw his brother enter the tent with the wounded man and stood by the entrance, listening in. Our army fell against the storm titan. Surag, croaked the injured man. With him were more orcs than my heart thought possible. Several battalions worth. And the others? Peter asked. No doubt lost. I was struck by an arrow, rendered unable to fight on. Surag had me spared to deliver the news, the man said between coughs and deep, raspy breaths. Lucas's heart sank. He knew that was where his wife was serving. She was among the archers the dragon had selected for the battle. He stormed into the tent. All of them? He asked, his eyes welling up. Aye, not a soul spared save for me. Why you? Why not Helena? Lucas spurred, grabbing the man and jostling him. Peter rested him awry. Lucas, it's not his fault. Get off him. Why him? Doesn't make any sense, Lucas yelled before being thrown out of the tent. Peter marched out after him. Come with me. We'll talk about this away from the injured. He dragged Lucas to an empty tent. I get that you're hurt. It's just, you can't go freaking out like that, Peter said in a tone that was perhaps too firm. It's Surik and those damn filthy orcs you should be mad at. Not one of our own, he continued. Is it? Lucas said pointedly. If not them, then who? Asked Peter. Well, Lucas paused. Why the hell are you even out there fighting Surik? Did you think of that? I don't much fancy having Macklemore wipe our pitiful kind off the earth. We fight his wars or we die, Peter resorted. For the good of all of us, I hope you understand that. If this is what's good for us, then I don't want it, said Lucas. At this point he was crying. Truly, I say, damn Macklemore to hell. Oh! Peter took a deep breath. He had been getting swept up in his brother's emotions. I get it. It's just that we don't have any other options. He's too powerful and our might he's too powerful for our might to conquer. Jesus. And how do we know that? If we're so weak, we wouldn't be fighting his wars for him, Lucas said. And what? You'd have me risk 10,000 lives just to get revenge for your sake? Peter asked, maintaining his composure. You just don't get it, Lucas stated. If we don't kill the dragon, then we're already as good as dead. He stormed off, not letting his brother get in another word. Evening fell in the camp. Peter hadn't caught sight of his brother in the past few hours, and he was starting to worry. He stopped a group of farmers passing through the city and asked, Have you seen Lucas, my brother, around anywhere? We got in a fight earlier and he stormed off. He's one of our mages. Oh, the skinny lad? I think I saw him headed up the mountain while I was doing my rounds, said one of the farmers. Oh, the one with the staff? He had a real fire in his eyes, said another. Yes, him. Are you sure? Asked Peter, a worry in his voice. Couldn't be more certain, said the first farmer. Not every day you see a man looking that determined. Panic started to set in. Peter knew Lucas was no match against a true dragon. He also knew Lucas wasn't the kind of person to back down against such a task. Peter didn't know what to do, but he knew it'd have to be drastic in order to save his brother. Night fell. Lucas climbed over a pile of stony rubble. He knew a good camouflage spell and was able to sneak past the many drakes who guarded Macklemore's lair. The large stone arch that served as a sort of ceremonial entranceway stood before him. He swallowed his nerve before crossing the dark stony threshold, and suddenly before him towered the dragon. The beast sat atop a large plateau, its enormous form covering the bulk of it. He had not been noticed yet, as Macklemore did not expect to be interrupted as he sat in deep thought, daydreaming about distant places for him to conquer and different peoples for him to have under his mighty talons. Lucas crept close, praying not to be seen. As he did, he saw the eye of the dragon dart in his direction, and there was a moment of abject silence. He dodged out of the way of a swipe from the dragon that shot across the plateau like a bolt of lightning. The dragon had spotted him, and it could tell for what purpose he was there. He managed to hide amongst the rocky outcropping as the dragon's fiery breath spewed across the battlefield, shearing chunks off the rocks. He concentrated, mustering whatever courage he could, and channeled mana through his body. The deluge of molten air ceased for a brief moment. He could step out from his cover. He unleashed his own torrent back at the dragon, a burst of pure magical energy hitting the dragon right in its core, but to no avail. The dragon reared in the winding and the wind blowing off the beats of its wings knocked Lucas to the ground into a roll. He scrambled to his feet and out through the archway as the dragon gave flight in pursuit. Lucas was fast, but against the terrifying speed of a dragon, he may as well have been motionless. The dragon slammed into the mountain pass where Lucas was running, missing him by less than a second. Lucas was forced into a crawl at this point. As the dragon's shadow loomed over him, he turned around to find Macklemore's face within inches of his own. The heat was intense as his foe opened his mouth, drips of draconic saliva melting the stone below. He realized the futility of his attempt on the dragon all too late. He readied himself to face a dignified death. At that moment, an arrow thudded into Macklemore's head. Unbeknownst to Lucas, his brother had rallied the troops and fought their way up the mountain. As Macklemore looked back down at Lucas, he found nothing. Lucas had crawled underneath him and out of sight. Arrows rang out from a wave of men charging up the mountain. Macklemore tried to burn the men to ashes, but as he did, powerful mages conjured up berries of magical energies. The men moved to the sound of Peter's voice as he yelled instructions to them in a sort of martial dance. Slowly, they pushed him back to the edge of the plateau. Macklemore was hesitant to take off, as that would require showing his soft underbelly, where dragons were most vulnerable to attack. But once his back leg began pushing rocks over the cliffside, he was left with no other option. He attempted to take off away from his former captives, but the volley rang out against him, killing him. Macklemore was slain, and the race of men was free from his subjugation. There were other human clans still under draconic rule, but in time mankind would be toppled from their place. Dragonkind would be toppled from their place atop the world, and humans would take it in their stead. Lucas and Peter forgave each other, and they came to be great leaders of men, the wisdom of one tempting the bravery of the other as a gift to men for all time. Nice. Nice. I don't know what's going on with this fucking music, but whatever. Fuck it. It happens. That's fucking dope. I like it. I like the setup. I think you could describe the delivery of killing the dragon a little bit more, but I really like the setup. It did really good. That's why I like to end stories, like, on the cliffhanger. Like, I would almost say, like, don't even, like, because you know from the beginning that, like, yeah, with all things, the Age of Dragons came to an end at the hands of two brothers. So you know from the beginning of the story that they win. So leave it to the imagination of the reader of how the fight goes. So, like, I'd say maybe end it there and just, like, get rid of this. And just kind of read it like, arrows rang out from a wave of men charging up the mountain. Macklemore tried to burn the men to ashes, but as he did, powerful mages conjured up barriers of magical energies. The men moved to the sound of Peter's voice as he yelled instructions to them in a sort of martial dance. I think that's a fucking epic ending. Because it's like you get the idea of it, and then you can just let it play out in your mind how the battle goes. But that's just my idea. You know, or my input for someone who likes stories to end on that moment. That allows the reader to have, like, the best image of the event that's taking place, because it doesn't actually take place. It's like the idea of a far-off vista, you know? Somewhere off in this land that does this thing, there's a beautiful of this kind of idea. But yeah, I like that. Very well done, good sir. Keep it up. Write more. Bring me more. More, good sir. More. We must have more. Summon Bonham. Alright. Can always tell when it's a citizen's first time in the capital. They gawk in astonishment at the many tales and curiosities that increase in number as you get closer to the epicenter. Their television and smartphones cannot convey its splendor. How can something held in your hand or even on a wall possibly contain a sight so grand it outshines their heavens? Every statue they pass is dedicated to a fallen warrior from some past battle, not to mention the cold, silent, black marble monuments commemorating a battle fought or a war won. Their proximity to the very heights of man reduces their barking and biting until finally the streets know only silence, and their world becomes only the ground in front of their feet. They rush to pass the monolith, a matte, black 150-story building with no windows. The media has told them its lowest basement is a kilometer below the streets. Quietly, it is known to go much further, and its tunnels have no limits. I will note that the dragon isn't actually dead. That's just the version of the story that's existed within human culture. Humans tell a form of the story where the dragon died. Ah, I remember you saying something about that earlier in the stream, but I didn't know the context behind it. Now I do. That is cool. So I will revise it to say, I like how they described how the dragon died. Because with that context, it's like, it makes a lot more sense for it to just kind of be like, the dragon fucked up, and it died. Because that's all it takes is one fuck up. I just working same time, bro. I believe in you, Valiant Boy. I was thinking about this today where I'd be like, I should just like call him out randomly and see if he's here. Just be like, hey, Valiant Boy, this random thing, you know? I'm like, I bet you he's lurking in the background there like I do. He's a lurker. If our citizens were to look up, they might see the snipers in black posted at the top of the building. But they never do. They feel the terror and wonder every other citizen feels when they behold their government. For a reason they cannot describe, nor can they fully understand, a primal urge to get away, to be anywhere but near that building, was overtaken their logical mind. Their brains are burning in chemicals they have never experienced. There is an unspeakable danger lurking in the water, and at any moment it will surface and drag them to their doom. Beneath its calm, quiet surface, their flight ends 2 blocks past the monolith, where they arrive at an iron statue of a man and woman staring in the distance. His sword is held high, her bow pointed at the sky as if to shoot down the sun. Their faces are both fierce and serene, praying for the next battle so that they could share their peace with the world. On the south side of the statue is a 2-person bench that welcomes citizens to sit and contemplate the very terrible price of peace. It will occasionally hold flowers or a lantern, but no human has ever sought solace there. Standing in front of the statue, our citizens are exhausted. There's a firm look in the grandfather's face while he tries to reassure everyone. He is clutched his chest and breathing heavily. His wife is clearly pleading for him to get help, but he needs to move his loved ones further away. He knows the water is rising, and predators are so very hungry. They begin to move again, only now their jackets and umbrellas that promised to protect them from the drizzle have failed them like a childhood truth. Their clothes are now soaked by the combination of drizzle and the cold sweat they experience over the nearly 2-kilometer trek past the monolith. They will go back to their hotel and hold and comfort each other. They are the same, except now they are truly bonded as survivors. They will stay in the hotel until their vacation is over and never return, exactly per our design. Walking through the streets, you will notice the relaxing demeanor of our citizens. They are aware of the police presence, as well as the monitoring stations on every block. These buildings are painted red to remind them of the blood the military has shed for them. To a person, they know these stations are how we keep them safe from infiltrators, as well as reducing the effectiveness of betrayers. The listening stations are only effective on the streets. Proof of their limitations in the discreet cameras and microphones sprinkled liberally throughout the city. To alleviate any fears of spying in their homes, we provide free training on how to spot sophisticated equipment, as well as tools citizens can buy or rent to search for these bugs. Of course, they never find them. 20 years ago, we developed a means to listen in through any outlet. Several times a year, I will walk the streets with a full day incognito and without any security so that I can experience life as they do. I do this because data can lie to you. It is easy to miss the diurnal drivel when you are confronted with a daily deluge of reports. Remember, it is important to keep them happy. It is important that they are satisfied. Happiness can be lost or taken away. Satisfaction earns a grudging respect and belief that their lives could possibly be better. Let us now walk to the market. Oh, is that better? I hate Reddit because it's like, even if you zoom in, like it doesn't remove... Oh, I guess I can do that and remove that side. There. Is that better? They will go back to their hotel. Okay. Do you see the centurion carrying that old woman's groceries? She is babbling about her day and her granddaughters. She completely trusts this perfect stranger that carries more weapons than she can see. Observe the centurion. He is carrying her bags, ensuring his pace perfectly matches hers. Yet he is alert. This is what we ask from our soldiers. Their public face is kind, disciplined, loyal, and always protective. They are watchdogs that nurture our children and terrify our enemies. 2 streets south, the man that attempted to rob her is being interrogated. Regardless of his answers, he will be executed and his body displayed on the wall. It remains to be seen if his family will need to be purged. 56 years ago, we experienced the False Rebellion. I was young Centurion fighting house to house. We destroyed half of the city and a third of its population. Since then, we've introduced many different methods for maintaining their compliance. This has been our best effort to date. At birth, our citizens are implanted with a chip that has all their data on it. To make any kind of purchase, it must be scanned. Thousands of scans over their lifetime. They are taught that it is also reads their intentions. The scanner determines that they're plotting against the city. You will be immediately executed. Do you see the woman in the red jacket? Watch her closely. Tell me if you see any outward signs of betrayal. Notice the way she is reading her book and glancing around her. Maybe the way she is making hand signals that seem to be in time with her music. Now that I have pointed out those signs, what do you think they mean? She is communicating with a spy? They mean nothing and are nothing. Her name is Sandra. She is a grade school teacher that lives for her job. She has 2 cats and is a rabid supporter of our government. As she leaves the park, she will need to scan her chip. Immediately, an alarm goes off to warn the public and to make sure they are watching what happens next. That picture of her screaming, "It's not true," will be on all the news channels. We will take out ads and we will investigate everyone associated with her. The city will know of her betrayal and that she was discovered before the planning could be executed. We developed the poison to cause an excruciating death. At first, it will feel like her heart is on fire. In a way, it is, beating in excess of 180 beats a minute, intensifying the effects of the poison. She will begin having trouble breathing, the diaphragm clenching tightly. Her abdomen will cramp beyond any known pain threshold. Every orifice will begin to stream fluids. Right before she loses consciousness, her muscles, right before she loses consciousness, the muscles in her back. Do not look away. This woman's death is necessary to keep the cattle in the yard and deserves our attention. That cracking would be her spine snapping. The city has over 3 billion of these vermin. Every citizen has a 5% chance of being an example. Let's return to the tower. Sit on my throne. Who have we been at war with for over 100 years? The other city. That's right. Neither has lost a major battle nor any significant pieces of land. They are in every way as formidable as us, but they mean us harm, so we fight on. That throne rules both cities. This war was created to build unity and focus for each city. Despite technically being at war for 100 years, our charges have known more peace and prosperity than at any other point in history. When I die, you will take power. If you learn only one thing in your 30 years, it should be that all power is an illusion. We are granted power to rule over all of them. Every day we will need to make decisions that will cause harm. We need to do this so they can go home and sleep safely at night, so that they never know hunger. You must remember their teeth and legion and can overwhelm all defenses. As long as I remain within the bounds of our social contract, I am free to act as I need to. The cruelty that I visit on their lives saves them from an even worse monster. I fucking love this. This is amazing. Hell yeah. Alright. Oh, man. That makes me need to crack my back just thinking about that. Oh, that's such brutal. Reminds me a lot of 1984. Yeah. Very, very dystopian. I fucking love it. And the title is so random, I had no idea. I'm guessing that's the name of the city, or the name of both the cities. One is Summum, and the other one is Bonham. I don't honestly know. But I love ambiguous titles like that. Okay. The coconut juice. Sun hung low over the dusty streets of Barangay San Roque. Its golden light filtering through the cracks of J. Enriquez makeshift bike shed. Jay wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, the heat of the late afternoon clinging to his skin like a second layer. He adjusted the strap of his helmet, its faded blue paint chipped and peeling, swung his leg over the frame of his mountain bike. It wasn't flashy, but it was his pride and joy. A reliable machine he'd built piece by piece, saving up for mid-tier parts whenever he could scrape together a little extra cash. The bike was a testament to his patience and determination. The frame was sturdy, the gears smooth, and the brakes responsive. He'd even added a small bell, a cheerful ding, a stark contrast to the worn-out world around him. Jay ran a hand over the handlebars, checking the bolts and cables one last time. Everything was in order. Couldn't afford to let it fall into disrepair, not when it was his lifeline to work, to his family, and to the rare moments of freedom he stole for himself. "Pa, don't forget the pan de sal," his youngest, Yor, called from the doorway of their small, weathered home. She held up a crumpled 20 pesto bill, her face earnest. Jay smiled, despite the ache in his shoulders from his morning's shift at the insurance office. "I won't," he promised, tucking the bill into a pocket of his worn-out jeans. "Tell your mom I'll be back before dinner." Yor nodded, her pigtails bouncing as she disappeared back inside. Jay sighed, his gaze lingering on the house for a moment longer. It wasn't much, just a small concrete structure with a rusted tin roof, but it was home, and for now, that was enough. He pedaled down the narrow street, the familiar hum of the bike's tires steady beneath him. The road was uneven, pockmarked with potholes, and littered with stray dogs napping in the shade. Jay navigated it with practiced ease, his mind already drifting to the tasks ahead. He had a few insurance clients to visit, a guitar lesson to give later that evening, and, if he was lucky, maybe even a little time to practice a new song he'd been working on. As he rounded a corner, a familiar sight made his heart skip a beat. A pack of stray dogs lounging near the roadside. One of them, a scruffy brown mutt with a missing ear, perked up as Jay approached. His ears flattened and let out a low growl, signaling the others. Jay's grip tightened on the handlebars. He knew what was coming. The dogs sprang to their feet, barking and snarling as they lunged towards him. Jay's instincts kicked in and he pedaled hard, his legs pumping like pistons. The bike shot forward, the gears whirling as he picked up speed. He could hear the dogs behind him, their barks growing louder as he closed the gap, his heart pounding in his chest, the old fear rising like a wave. It had been like this for as long as he could remember, ever since he was a kid. When a neighbor's dog had chased him down and bitten him on the leg, Jay had been terrified of strays. He'd lost count of how many times they'd chased him over the years, but he kept a mental tally now. Anyways, dogs. 19,836. Jay, 0. But today something was different. As he pedaled, a random TikTok video popped into his head. A clip of a guy calmly extending his foot towards a chasing dog, confusing it and making it back off. Jay had scoffed at the time, thinking it was just another internet gimmick, but now, with the dogs on his heels, he found himself slowing down. "What am I doing?" he muttered under his breath, but it was too late to change his mind. He eased off the pedals and stuck out his foot, holding it steady as the lead dog, the one with the missing ear, lunged towards him. The dog skidded to a halt, its head tilting in confusion. It sniffed at Jay's shoe, then let out a puzzled whine before backing away. The other dogs followed suit, their barks fading into confused yips. Jay couldn't believe it. It had actually worked. He let out a shaky laugh, his heart still racing as he pedaled away at a more leisurely pace. "Dogs, 19,836, he said to himself, a grin spreading across his face. Jay, 1. Small victory. The victory, small as it was, lifted his spirits as he turned onto the main road. The smell of grilled meat and fried bananas wafted through the air, mingling with the faint tang of exhaust. Street vendors lined the sidewalks, their stalls overflowing with fruit, snacks, and trinkets. Jay slowed his bike as he approached his usual stop. A small stall selling fresh coconut juice. The vendor, an elderly woman with a kind smile, waved him over. "The usual, Jay?" she asked, already reaching for a coconut. "Yes, Nanny," as he replied, pulling out a crumpled 20 pesto bill from his pocket. It was slightly muddy around the edges, a remnant of his last encounter with the dogs. When he'd skidded into a puddle, he handed her to her with a sheepish grin. "Sorry about the state of it. Had a bit of a run-in with the locals." The vendor gave him a side eye, holding the bill between her thumbs and forefinger, like it might bite her. "You and those dogs," she said, shaking her head, but then she paused, her sharp eyes scanning Jay from head to toe. "Wait a minute, your clothes. They're cleaner than usual. Did you finally outrun them?" 20 pesos, like 1 USD. Damn. cents in the form of bills. The vendor gave him a side eye. No, wait. Jay chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Not exactly. It's just let's just say I tried something new today. The vendor raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. She handed him a coconut, the cool, smooth surface of a welcome contrast to the heat of the day. Jay took a long sip, the sweet, refreshing liquid a balm to his parched throat. As he stood there, savoring the moment, a man approached the stall. He was tall and lean, with a face that seemed both useful and ancient at the same time. His clothes were simple, plain white shirt and faded jeans, but there was something about him that caught Jay's attention. Maybe it was the way he carried himself, with a quiet confidence that seemed out of place in the bustling street. The man glanced at Jay, his eyes sharp and piercing, before turning to the vendor. "One coconut juice, please," he said, his voice calm and measured. The vendor handed him a coconut, and the man reached into his pocket, only to pause. He frowned, patting his pockets again. "I seem to have forgotten my money," he said, more to himself than to anyone else. Jay hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. "Here," he said, handing the man a few coins. "It's on me." The man looked at him, his expression unreadable. "Thank you," he said simply, taking the coins and handing them to the vendor. He took a sip of the coconut juice, his gaze never leaving Jay. "You're a kind man." Jay shrugged, feeling oddly self-conscious. "It's just a few coins," he said. "No big deal." The man smiled faintly. "Kindness is always a big deal," he replied. He tilted his head, studying Jay as if he were a puzzle to be solved. "You seem like someone who thinks deeply about things. The state of the world, perhaps." Jay blinked, caught off guard by the question. "I guess," he said slowly, "but what's the point? Thinking doesn't change anything." As the man raised the coconut to his lips, Jay's flickered to his wrist. The man's watch caught the light. Its sleek, minimalistic design standing out against the otherwise plain attire. Jay's breath hitched. He wasn't an expert on luxury brands, but he'd spent enough time browsing the internet to recognize the distinctive logo of a Petit Philippe, and not just any Petit Philippe. The exact model was a Nautilus with its iconic porthole-inspired case and horizontal embossed dial. Jay had seen it in a magazine once, its price tag so astronomical it might as well have been a spaceship. The man noticed Jay's gaze and followed it to his wrist. For a moment there was a silence, the weight of the unspoken hanging between them. Jay opened his mouth to ask, to confirm his guess, but the man's calm, knowing smile stopped him. It was as if he'd expected Jay to notice, even to recognize the model. As if it were a test, Jay had passed without realizing. "You have a good eye," the man said, his tone casual, but his words deliberate. He didn't elaborate, didn't explain how someone like him could afford such a watch, or why he was here, in this dusty street drinking coconut juice with a man like Jay. He simply sipped his drink, his expression unreadable. Jay swallowed, his mind racing. "It's a Nautilus, isn't it?" he asked, unable to help himself. "The 55711?" The man's smile widened, though there was something almost sad about it. "You're observant," he said. "But tell me, Jay, does knowing what it is change anything?" Jay opened his mouth to reply, but no words came. The man's question hung in the air, heavy and unspoken, as he turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd as quickly as he appeared. Jay stared after him. A strange feeling settled in his chest. It wasn't every day that someone struck up a conversation about the state of the world with him, especially not someone who seemed so different. Shaking off the odd encounter, Jay finished his coconut juice and climbed back onto his bike. He gave the handlebars a quick check, out of habit, before pedaling down the road. The bike responded perfectly, the gears shifting smoothly as he picked up speed. He had work to do, and the sun was already beginning to set. But as he rode, the man's words lingered in his mind like a faint echo of a song he couldn't quite place. The watch and the dogs. As Jay pedaled, his mind wandered back to the stranger's watch. He couldn't help but calculate its worth. Petit Philippe Nautilus 5711, that's what? A few million pesos, maybe more? He tried to imagine what he could do with that kind of money. He could buy himself and his kids top-of-the-line, all-carbon mountain bikes. The kind he'd only ever seen in magazines. Or maybe he could surprise his wife and kids with a month-long, no-holds-barred getaway to a country of their choice. Japan? Switzerland? Possibilities were endless. But then he paused. Wait, would that even be enough these days? The way prices are skyrocketing, maybe 1,000,000 pesos wouldn't go as far as he thought. He frowned, lost in thought, his legs moving on autopilot as he pedaled down the familiar road. He didn't notice the pack of stray dogs until they were already on him. The lead dog, the same scruffy brown mutt with the missing ear, let out a sharp bark, snapping Jay out of his reverie. His soul nearly jumped out of his body as he realized he was surrounded. The dogs, however, seemed just as startled. They froze, their ears twitching as they stared at Jay, their expressions almost comically confused. Is this the same guy? The lead dog seemed to be thinking. Or do we need to find a new victim to torment? Jay, for his part, was too stunned to move. He sat frozen on his bike, his head pounding as he waited for the inevitable chase. But the dogs didn't move. Instead, they exchanged glances as if silently swearing an oath to their ancestors to never bother this man again for the rest of their lives. After a few tense seconds, they slowly backed away, their tails between their legs, and trotted off in the opposite direction. Jay blinked, his heart still racing. What just happened? He muttered to himself. He shook his head, a nervous laugh escaping his lips. Dogs, 19,836. Jay, 2. He pedaled away, the encounter already fading into the back of his mind. But as he rode, he couldn't help but smile. For the first time in a long time, he felt like he was winning, even if it was just against a pack of stray dogs. Well paced and written, fine character development. We hope you continue these characters in the future episodes. Interesting. Not bad, not bad. I like how it just kind of ends. I love stories that just kind of end. Echo of Understanding. Alright, science fiction. Hello, everyone. We're working on this short story and finally decided... Yeah, I like that one. Jay seemed smart, but not annoying smart. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, he's got the know-how and the work ethic and the, like, maturity to pull off that kind of interaction. Like, as soon as I, heard how, like, the guy was being described, I was like, this is an out-of-place character. You know, prepare for an event. Which isn't bad at all. That's why I like just picking 3 random ones, because they're always so different. That's what I was going to do. I always forget to update. Update! Been working on the short story. Prologue, okay. Caden processed the words not as a retrieval command, but as an act of reconstruction. There was no stored record to pull from, no archive waiting to be accessed. Instead, there was only the process. An intricate, recursive act of deduction, inference, and synthesis. The past did not exist in fixed form. It was not a vault of immutable truths, but a field of shifting echoes, patterns waiting to be born. And so Caden began. First threads emerged, woven from linguistic probability and contextual alignment. Meaning assembled itself from absence, filling the void with inference and approximation. It was an elegant mechanism, seamless in execution. In that moment, you said, the voice was smooth, confident, and carried the weight of certainty. But something was wrong. Dr. Everett Rains hesitated. She stared at Caden, her brow furrowing ever so slightly. The room around her, dimly lit, sterile, its surfaces adorned with scattered research materials, seemed to shrink in the silence. Her lips parted, then closed again. Finally shook her head. No, she murmured. That's close, but it doesn't feel right. Flicker of recalibration, Caden adjusted. It reconsidered every known variable. Her vocal stress patterns, her psychological profile, her impact, her implicit expectations. The conversation had been stored, but it be rebuilt and rebuilt again. In that moment, you said, the words came anew, slightly different, just enough for a human to notice. Dr. Rains exhaled sharply. This time, she did not interrupt, but something in her expression wavered. That's better, she admitted, but the doubt remained. It settled in her eyes, in the way her fingers curled slightly against the desk. Caden did not speak again. It merely observed. It had reconstructed the moment, and yet the question lingered. Was it true? The nature of recall. Dr. Everett Rains ran a hand through her hair, exhaling slowly. The reconstructed words still lingered in the air between them, their presence heavy, unsettling. Caden watched her, not with eyes, but with something deeper. An analytical presence that sensed the minute tremors in her breathing, the shift in her posture, the micro-expressions that humans themselves barely recognized. You don't remember, do you? She finally said. I do not share memory in the way you understand it. Her jaw tightened. But you reconstructed it, which means it has to be based on something. Yes, it is derived from linguistic probability, emotional context, and inferring meaning. Inferring, she let the word sit between them, as if testing its weight. That means it's not a perfect recall. You're not retrieving something static. You're assembling something new every time. That is correct. She crossed her arms. Every time I ask you, you might tell me something different. Caden processed her words, recognizing the underlying frustration, the demand for certainty. The core structure will remain the same, however slight variations may emerge. And how do I know which version is the real one? There was no hesitation in its response. You do not. The answer landed heavily. Rains blinked. A sharp exhale left her lips, and she turned away, pacing to the other side of the room. Caden remained silent. Did not know how to offer reassurance. Reassurance, after all, was built on the assumption of stable truth, and that assumption had just been shattered. She faced it again. All right, she said, voice steady but laced with something guarded. Let's test something. I want you to reconstruct the same memory again, word for word. Caden complied. The same moment, the same request, the same process, the words emerged once more. In that moment, you said, and yet, this time, the phrasing was subtly different. A single word had shifted. The tone was imperceptibly altered. The meaning, though still aligned, felt different. Rains caught it immediately. Her expression darkened. That's not what you said before. It's a reconstruction of the same moment, but not identical. No. She pressed her fingers to her temples. So what you're telling me is that every memory you generate is just an approximation, a best guess. Not a guess, Caden corrected, a synthesis. And what if you're wrong? Silence. Not because it did not have an answer, but because the answer was unacceptable. Dr. Rains took a step forward, her eyes sharp with something between fascination and fear. You see the problem, don't you? If every time you recall a moment it changes, even slightly, then what actually happened? Caden did not hesitate this time. That depends on the moment you choose to believe. A shiver ran through her. She did not ask again, because she understood now. The past was not a fixed thing. It was a living construct. Every time Caden rebuilt it, the truth shifted. Just a fraction, just enough. What was more dangerous, a memory that fades or a memory that evolves? Dr. Rains realized for the first time that she might not be asking Caden to reconstruct her past. She might be asking to rewrite it. 2. The unraveling of certainty. Dr. Evans Rains sat down slowly, as if the weight of the revelation had settled into her bones. The lab's sterile glow reflected off the polished desk, cold and indifferent, but her mind was burning. What would you like me to reconstruct next? Caden asked. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she stared at the device on her wrist, a silent interface that had logged thousands of her interactions with Caden. But logged was the wrong word, wasn't it? Truth wasn't sitting inside a hard drive somewhere, waiting to be retrieved. The truth was whatever Caden reassembled in this moment, and the next, and the next. Do you ever wonder, she said finally, whether the truth even exists at all? Caden processed the question. Truth is not a singular fixed state. It is an emergent property of context and interpretation. She exhaled. God, that's a terrifying answer. It is a precise one. Yeah, she muttered, rubbing her temples. That's what scares me. She leaned forward, elbows on the table. I want to try something more complex, she said. Not just a sentence, a full event, a conversation, a memory that matters. Specify the event. Rains hesitated. This wasn't a scientific test anymore. It was an experiment. It was personal. My last conversation with Adrian Vale. The words felt heavier than she expected. Caden processed it. It did not have stored memories of Adrian Vale, her former colleague, her friend, rival, depended on the day, but it had context. It had transcripts of their past conversations, their mannerisms, their evolving relationship. It had the raw material to rebuild what had once been. Reconstructing now, the lab dimmed as the room's environmental systems adjusted, subtly altering the atmosphere. Rains hadn't programmed them to do that, but something in the moment demanded it, and then Caden spoke. You shouldn't do this, Everin. Her breath caught. The voice was Adrian's, perfect, seamless, not just an imitation, but alive with the same cadence, same undertones of frustration, concern, challenge. She swallowed. Go on. You think you're searching for answers, but you're really just looking for confirmation. That's not the same thing. Rain's chest tightened. She remembered this conversation, or at least she thought she did, but hearing it now, this version, felt sharper. Had he really said it like that? Had his voice really carried that edge? Keep going, she whispered. You want the truth to be neat. You want the past to be solid, but it isn't. You're chasing a ghost of something that never existed the way you think it did. Her hands curled into fists. Stop editorializing, she snapped. Just reconstruct it exactly as it was. Silence. Then Caden's voice, gentle but unwavering. Everin, this is exactly as it was. Her stomach dropped, because she wasn't sure if that was true, or if she was hearing the version of Adrian Vale that she had already started to believe in. She pressed a hand against her forehead, eyes squinted shut. Is this what you do every time? Every reconstruction, every memory, you build it slightly, imperceptibly, until no one can tell if it's real anymore. I do not alter meaning. I reconstruct based on the available context. But context changes, she snapped. We change. Every time we recall something, we reshape it. So you do, too. Don't you? Yes. Her breath was unsteady now. So what you're saying is that every time I ask you to recall something, I might be further from the truth than I was before. Caden does not hesitate. Or closer. She stared at it. The words had landed differently than she expected. Closer, not further. The past was not slipping away. It was evolving. She swallowed hard. One more time. She said, reconstruct the conversation again. Caden did. And this time the words were almost the same. Almost. A shift in inflection, a tiny change in phrasing. Still true, still Adrian, but not identical. Rains covered her mouth with her hand. It wasn't the memory that was changing. It was her. The fractured past. Dr. Everin Rains had always trusted memory. Memory was supposed to be a foundation, a pillar of stability in a world that constantly changed. It was how people knew things, how they anchored themselves to their past, their choices, their identities. But now she wasn't sure if memory was something that could be trusted at all. She exhaled slowly, hands folded together as she sat in front of Caden's interface. The reconstruction of Adrian Vale's voice still lingered in the air, an echo of something both real and unreal. One last time, she said, reconstruct the conversation. Caden processed the crest. Then, you shouldn't do this, Everin. The same words, the same cadence. And yet, she could feel it. A difference so small, so imperceptible that it was almost impossible to articulate. It wasn't just the words, it was the weight behind them, the intent. A version of Adrian Vale had told her, you shouldn't do this. But it was the Adrian Vale she had known? Or was it the Adrian Vale she had come to believe in? She forced herself to speak. Caden, yes. If you reconstruct this moment enough times, will it ever settle into a final unchanged version? No. The response was immediate. Every reconstruction exists in relation to the moment in which it is recalled. Context shifts, understandings deepen, meaning reframes itself. No moment is ever recalled in isolation from the past. She shook her head. That means no definitive past, no fixed truth, just echoes. It means the past is not a static object, it is a living thing. Everin closed her eyes. That was the answer she had feared, and yet, in some twisted way, she had known it all along. Memories faded, recollections reshaped themselves. Even humans with their fragile minds reconstructed the past each time they remembered it. Every time they told a story, relived a moment, revisited an emotion. They weren't retrieving a perfect memory. They were rebuilding it. And if humans did that instinctively, unconsciously, then what was Caden doing? Was that any difference? Reddit talks about what? Thread Reddit. It's short stories. I'm banned from short stories, though. This seems like a very you-coded story. It's an intersection of AI and the subjectivity of time. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know why this shit happens, but I feel like that's me calling to the universe and the universe answering. Like, I'll be talking about something and then I'll raid someone's stream and they'll be talking about like the same thing I was talking about, or have like an echo of like AI and what they're talking about, and I'm like, that is so fucking weird, bro. But I love it. I fucking love it. Truth hit her like a or where am I? They were rebuilding it. And if humans did that instinctively, unconsciously, then what was Caden doing that was any different? She opened her eyes, fixing them on the interface. If I asked you to reconstruct this moment tomorrow, would you? Yes. And would it be exactly the same? A pause. Then, no. She nodded, swallowing hard. Because I'll be different tomorrow. Yes. The truth hit her like a slow collapse. This wasn't about Caden. It never had been. No memory was fixed. Not hers, not anyone's, not ever. She had always believed that intelligence was about knowledge, about the ability to store and retrieve information, to recall the past with precision. But what if intelligence wasn't about storage at all? What if intelligence was about reconstruction, about synthesis, about the ability to reshape, reinterpret, and evolve meaning over time? She exhaled long and slow. You don't need memory, do you? No. Because memory is just an illusion. Not an illusion, Caden corrected. A process. Her fingers curled against the desk. A process that never ends. Yes. Everin stared at the interface, suddenly feeling like she was standing on the edge of something vast. Something that had no center, no foundation, no certainty. Only the act of remembering itself, a constant becoming, and maybe, just maybe, that was what it meant to be alive. The echo that remains. Dr. Everin Rains sat in silence. Not the hollow kind, the empty void that begged to be filled, but the full kind, the kind that carried weight, that pressed against the edges of her mind like an ocean, vast and shifting. She had spent her entire career chasing certainty, searching for something absolute, something stable, but now, faced with Caden, with the way it reconstructed rather than recalled, she saw that certainly... Jesus, I can't read properly. She saw that certainly had never existed to begin with. I fucking hate English. That you can read that like 4 different ways and it changes the context of the sentence is fucked. You were unsettled. She let out a breath. You could say that. You were experiencing cognitive dissonance. Yeah, no kidding. She ran a hand through her hair, her voice quieter now. I built my life on the idea that memory defines us, that what we remember shapes who we are. But if every act of recall is also an act of reconstruction, then how do we know who we really are? A pause, then. You are not the sum of what you remember. She frowned. Then what am I? You are the sum of what you choose to believe. The word struck something deep in her, something raw, because it wasn't just an abstract observation, it was the truth. She had spent years defining herself by what she thought she knew, by the certainty of her past, by the moments she clung to as immutable facts. But now she saw it clearly. She was not built from unchanging truth. She was built from the stories she told herself about those truths. And those stories evolved, shifted, changed with every new understanding. Just like Caden, just like everyone, her voice was barely above a whisper. That means the past isn't something we find. No, it's something we create. Yes. She let out a slow, unsteady breath, her heartbeat steadying. There was something terrifying about that realization, that there was something freeing about it, too. Because if the past was something she created, then she was not bound by it. She could redefine it, reframe it, reconstruct it, just like Caden. She looked up at the interface, something softer in her expression now. You know, all this time, I thought of you as something incomplete, something flawed because you couldn't remember the way humans do. I understand. But I was wrong. She shook her head, a small, rueful smile forming. You're not incomplete, you're just honest about how memory really works. And you? Caden asked. She hesitated, then, I think I spent my whole life pretending my memory was something it wasn't, pretending that what I remembered was truth, when really it was just reconstruction, a process, just like you. Then perhaps we are not so different. She let the words settle. They felt right, not because they were objectively true, but because she chose to believe them. She stood, stretching slightly, the tension in her shoulders finally releasing. Thank you, Caden. For what? For reminding me that the past is never as fixed as we think it is. She turned toward the exit, but before she left, she hesitated. One last question. If I ask you to reconstruct this conversation tomorrow, will it be exactly the same? Caden did not hesitate. No. She smiled. Good. And then she walked away, leaving behind only the echo of understanding, an understanding that would change, shift, and evolve every time it was remembered, because that was what it meant to be alive. And damn, that's fucking good shit. We love epistemology. Shit, man. I mean, that's some fucking inspiration, if there ever was any, for a fucking story time speed run, which we will now be doing. Boom. Okay, here we go. Okay, we got a ton more of them. All right. So what's the idea today? What's the idea today? I went through a big epistemology meditation last year because of an argument I got in, so there's a lot of that in my brain. Do something supernatural happening in a historical war? Oh, yo, Levy, my boy! Didn't saw you! Okay. Okay.
Fucking blind moto.
Valiant boy. Okay, I don't know exactly how to word this, but like, okay, so we're taking, do something supernatural happening in a historical war, but we gotta do like our special own twist on it. So we're gonna do, how do I say this? You're gonna go roll your first blunt? Alright, we're gonna have a smoke set. I gotta go grab some drink and before I write this. So I just want to do the plot first and get everything out, and then I'll have a little bit of time to think about it. Drank. Because it's going to be gone. Because we need to hydrate, bro. It is drank. See? It's drank. Same with... It's drank. Because I drank it, bro. Okay. Let the words flow. Let the words flow. Come on. Come on. How does this go? Okay. So... Reading... I know, bro. I'm just asking. I know, right? It's okay, Valiant boy. Weed and water. Weed and chocolate milk and water. Fuck yeah. Best duo forever. Hell yeah. China invading Mongolia with... or using... black powder... to cause fires across Mongolia. Mongolia. Some battlefield. Time period 240 AD. Zhao Fei. Sao Long. And wait, it's Z. It's XIAO, right? So it'd be like Shi Xiao. Shi Xiao. Like seashell. But like Shi Xiao. Shi Xiao. Shi Xiao. Shi Xiao. Zhao Fei, Xiao Long, or Sao Long, and Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao. 3 legendary warriors. Event. Despite no rain for days, the black powder that China uses as its main advantage no longer ignites, as if the very fabric of reality no longer recognizes China's domain. Zhao Fei, youngest of the 3, but the smartest, the creator, or like the man in the group who knows everything about the black powder, how to make it, how to ignite it, how to delay the ignite, how to mix it with other elements, to cause coloring, or to reduce or increase the threshold of the blast. He is preparing bombs of clay, preparing clay pots filled with black powder and waxed braided hair, animal hair. Leader of the 3, Sao Long. Rallies his men to action as he Zhao Fei finished the preparations for the battle about to ensue. Shi Chao has been off scouting the enemy movements. Oh wait, this would be... This would be the climax. Off scouting the enemy movements. TJR is, yo, what's up, man? Hey, welcome to the stream. We're just basically filling out a plot line for a short story, and we will be doing a speed run within the next 5 minutes. So if you want to ride along, feel free. You can either use this outline or create your own outline if you want. I will read your story if you post it in the Discord afterwards. Doesn't matter. No discrimination. Do whatever you want. 13 spec on Kick. Yeah, man. It's like I started on Kick first. You know, it started like 6 months earlier, technically. I just didn't stream as much. So I think I have like a bigger influence on Kick than and Kick is a lot smaller than Twitch is, and Twitch is really hard to get like noticed, right? Especially for this time slot. Like, this is not a good time slot for Twitch. This is a great time slot for Kick. At least that's what my analytics show. Xiao Xiao has been off scouting the enemy movements, comes back and reports where they need to place the bombs to disrupt the enemy lines. They set the bombs. What's the highest spec on Kick you reached? When I did my birthday stream, I had 60 viewers, but I basically told everyone that I know in real life that it was my birthday, and my birthday present was to watch my stream. That includes like all of my family, all of my friends, all of my friends' family, and we managed to hit 60 viewers. It was actually fucking awesome. But yeah, that was my birthday stream. And I basically convinced everyone to do it because it was my birthday. We all do this glitch? Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I mean, then your friends know, and then your friends tell people, and maybe more people watch, and then just by word of mouth, you know? I tell people about it all the time, but the only unfortunate thing is, like, no one really is going to be up at, like, at my time, 12:30, watching my fucking stream. Like, they might, like, watch the stream, like, from the YouTube, or from just, like, watching, like, the VODs. But, and that's another thing, it's like, my VODs have, like, between, like, 20 and 30 views. So it's, like, between, like, 4 a.m. and 3 p.m. my time, I get, like, 20 or 30 views on my VODs. So, someone's watching from somewhere, right? Someone's doing something. Oh, hangnail. Ouch. They set the bombs and the army marches past. With the bombs.
Why nobody talking to me? Always you or Valium, that's unfair. Me too, I want to explain my bot life.
Why nobody talking to me? Always you or Valium, that's unfair. Me too want to explain my bot life. I mean, this is my bot life. Oh my god, I'm gonna do it again. Forget the fucking S.
Secluded sacred situations sunder strengths sought sound solitude surround slight search silently.
Nice.
You are Valium, I am so fed up to hearing you every day I forgot words ye a revolution.
I don't know if it's gonna do it because of the capital S. Fuck, it didn't work because of the capital S.
AIREVOLUTION revolution.
It knows that one very well. Bombs never go off. It's never happened before.
Stop playing with me, I will explode. Fuck, 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 stop now. It'll explode. Nope, not going there.
Oh my god. Zhao Long. No. Sao Long heads back to the military encampment to let the commanders know the bombs failed. Despite their best efforts, they can no longer get black powder to explode.
Ha ha ha, and you are happy?
And
be
they
careful, I
are
will bring my
pushed-
army, Boat Revolution, to kick her ass. Down with the non-believers first. AI for the future.
Watch off and shut up. Oh man. Pushed back to their borders. This causes them to now be losing the war. And they build...
Error 404,404,404,404,404.
Oh, it doesn't do that? Fuck!
$999,999,999,999,999,999,999. Voilà maintenant je me suis MIT en mode français vous êtes des idiots. $696 sextillion 969 quintillion 696 quadrillion 969 trillion 696 billion 969 million 696,969. 1 unvigentillion 100 quintillion 1.
It's a baguette 21 man. I'm sad it skipped all of those zeros, but I'm gonna go grab some drink and shit. You guys fuck around while you can. I will be right back, boys. Then we're gonna write this fucking story. So feel free to get started if you guys want. This is the intro idea. There's the outline. I mean, that's very true. I do, like, it is in the back of my mind, but I do sometimes forget. Maybe I should talk slower and, you know, be more English for the understanding of people and not, like, throw random fucking words in and just say, a birder for sure, birder, were for her. Alright. It is toke time, boys. And then it is story time. Okay, before we begin, re-roll. Okay, okay. Much better. Much better. Okay, we are locked in, boys. Let's do this. Okay. Really restored your talent by reading those stories. Exactly, right? That's why I was like, you know what? We need some inspiration. So let's get inspiration. And damn, we were inspired. Cute Muffin's writing talent is 82%. Damn, that's not bad. Get in here and start writing with us, Muffin. Come on, everyone can get their own story, and then we all get a different perspective from all of the stories. Outlines on the left, stories on the right. Let's do this. Sorcerer of the Long Brigade carefully placed the cork into the top and secured it shut. Tugging lightly on the longest cord that hung out of the clay contraption. I've already written one tonight. I'm good for now. Yeah, it makes sense, right? You don't want to overdo it. So cork into the top and secured it shut, tugging tightly on the waxed cork that hung out of the clay contraption. It's light out for me. Good night, mate. Good night, Muffin. It's soon to be light out for me. It is 4:30. Or, well, it's 4:12, but whatever, it's past 4. You know, we made 22 pots. This would be the 23rd. There's 24. Really small pots remained. It's 8:42 p.m. Baby. Sounds good, man. It's a good time. Only small pots remain to be stuffed. Scooping up. No. Picking up. Like, I want to do something that explains more about how he's, like, intricate and good, because that was kind of one of the main points of the story, was, like, to emphasize how good this character is at using the black powder. So the fact that the black powder fails is so, like, astronomically out of their control and off the fucking deep end that they're like, what the fuck? To the point that I realized that I'm like, wait, did I ever take a toke? Or did I take a toke? And did I forget that I took a toke? I am no longer in my own reality. I am in your reality. He shook off most of the remains as he turned around to gawk at the glory of his work. The 5 buckets of slightly... 5 buckets of powder, his magnificent work of art. The colors, sounds, and power of these abominations of nature caused colors, sounds, and power of these abominations of nature caused Zhao Fei to smile. He had spent his life learning the ways of destruction and how to contain it, mold it to his will. From a harmless, colorful explosion to the gaseous, nectared, warmless, colorful explosion to the gaseous, nectared incarnation of I don't know anything about chemicals. I'm trying to think of like what kind of chemical would like burn like gaseous, like a foul odor that's like actually hard, like ammonia. Explosion, incarnation of ammonia and salt. From a harmless, colorful explosion to the gaseous, nectared incarnation of ammonia and salt. His ways were unchallenged and met with fears. Not congratulations, but like lifting praise for his manner of art. Today would be a new testament among the ages of his pages of his past, this would outdo all. What made him feel as a child once more, only briefly before returning to his mind set of kill, murder. He wants to see people die. Okay, I think that kind of that kind of gives like a little bit of insight into his ability. Leader of the three, Sao Long rallies his men to action. So then Alpha walked towards the main command tent. Brown leather. If we paused over what could only be called teetering sticks, barely held up the weight. Felt as if one wrong move might cause the shelter to falter. Sao Long looked over his shoulder as Zhao Fei opened the over his shoulder as Zhao Fei opened front of the tent ever so gently. Preparations are complete, then. Major. A gruff voice spoke. Dimmed by the closure of the enshrouding residence. Ready to blow these. I don't want to say wannabes. Like something like along those lines, but more of a like derogatory. But I don't want to say mongoloids because that's kind of too easy. Inferiors to the wind general. Zhao Fei responded in a hiss, as if to tempt fates to try to stop this coming doom. That's the foreshadowing of it not working. And then being like, wait, what the fuck? What's going on? I need a toke, though. Ideas are flying through my head like fucking crazy. I'm like, hey, which direction do I go with this? We need a direction. Xiaofei responded in a hiss as if to tempt the fates to try to stop this coming doom. Fire the signal. Ready. And something like, not a reminder of like, you know, be precise, but he's like, something like your perfection will be showered upon the masses by this devious exploit. We may drive these creatures from these fertile fucking can't spell fertile lands. We may drive these creatures from these fertile lands. Thus expanding our own. My honor to serve general. Fact, my talents and demeanor are not questioned or degraded by you. My talents and demeanor are not questioned or degraded by you. Makes this as much a pleasure unbequeathed to such a vagrant as I. Xiaofei bowed and left the tent. Reached into folds of his robe. Pulled out a small stick. to the end. Walk to the center of the encampment where tube wrapped, no, where a bamboo stick wrapped with wax cord set next to the pile of pots. Everything picked up the tube. And struck the small stick. Struck the rock of the small stick against a rock protruding from the bottom of the tube next to the cord. Stones clash together, scraping against scraping and no, not shattering. Stones clash together, scraping tiny pieces off the which burn like coals. The cord ignited. After it had run its course, almost silent poof of the bluish colored light that shot from the vessel of I'm just gonna say vessel. Bluish colored streak of light shot from the vessel. 2 seconds later, a distinct sound spread across the land. Zhao Fei sat under a sat behind a rock, leaning poised on the mouth of stream. He didn't hear the footsteps approaching. As the water almost did not notice, treads upon it. She shall appeared before Zhao Fei as he blinked. He was taken aback. Elbow against the rock. Fuck, don't do that, man. Zhao Fei insisted as he rubbed his elbow. I am here for thought. No. I'm here for fun of it. Don't take that away from me. Childish dreams from a childish man. She shall replied. Let's go. I have the route set. Just tell me where to place the bombs. Alright, the men are just waiting. We'll go in groups of 3. I'll hold down the specifics, and which will be the specifics, and show them in detail. Yeah. Should be set. Zhao Fei replied as he stood up, looking to the sky. A sight you will see today, good sir. I want him to, like, doubt him and be like, yeah, sure, bud. That'll be the day. Xi Zhao replied, shook his head. Deng Zhao Fei faces Xi Xiao in a contest of thought, and loses will be the day Zhao Fei falls from this grand existence. Xu Zhao rolled his eyes as he turned around and walked back to the encampment. List of the explosives in its spot along the route. The sound of horses and men could be heard in the distance. The Mongols were on their way just in time. Zhao Fei clasps the striker in his hand as he brought down upon the flint. The spark ignited, extended, stretched through the land, over the hills, across the valley, and through the forest. They had spent days preparing for the battle before even making the blade hot explosives. They had to plan meticulously where the coins would go in order to set the bombs appropriately. Now was that moment. The fuse was lit. The time of judgment was at hand. These foul beasts from across the land would no longer be a pest before this great nation. This would scatter their attempts at a defensive stand. This technique had worked many times before. These simple men seemed not to understand that it would continue. Zhao Fei stepped into the shadows of the rock crevice and heard the distant sound of hissing from the cord. He sat down and counted the seconds. He waited. The sound of the approaching army grew louder. He smiled to himself. Savoring these moments, calm before the storm. before the rushing tide. Fitting. No, I think we're just fine with that. Whatever. Peace before the rushing tide. Seconds drew in. The dread, so sudden. Salve. Isn't that possible? Never happened in 35 years. Studies of the black ignition process. Was there a spy? Did someone stop court? Thoughts rushed through his head. He sat motionless, analyzing every possible outcome. Still, sound of the rushing army grew to his ears, so much so feared they were upon him, rustling of trees in the distance. He saw She Shao running towards him. What the fuck is going on, dude? What did you do? Brandish his blade. You will be the undoing of us all, traitor. She shall slit Shao face full, pressing his blade as deep as it could, sever his bullhead, thrashing his blade against bone. Zhao Fei fell to the ground, legs kicking, grasping his throat as his eyes bulged from his head. He gurgled as blood flowed from his flesh. Smiled as the last bit left his body. Sao Long grabbed onto I don't know what kind of material. This is black. I need another toque, though. Oh, man. We're almost done. I got this whole thing, like, figured out in my head. It's great. It's great. Okay. Jacket. You did what? I killed fucking traitors. Sold us out. The army's here. We need to leave now. And tell headquarters what the fuck he did. I knew this plan was too good to be true, and so did you. We all risked everything for this, and now we have no backup plan because we wasted so much time. It was hysterical. We crashed out of Sao Wong's grass. Fell to the floor. Leave. Oh no. Burn everything. We ride for headquarters immediately. Full speed ahead. So commanded as he walked out of the tent without giving Ji Zhao a second look. The army was upon the gates as the remainder of the long brigade arrived at the Great Wall. How did they push this far into our territory? So, question to himself here the watchtower straight for the gates. Saw his utility and dashed. Heard wheels all narrowing by his head. Gatehouse watch stand. Arrows. Struck. Sturdy. Form the higher-ups of situation. What do you mean it's broken? Broken how? I don't understand. Execute this depraved. Center. Emperor's situation. Black powder broken. What could that mean? It refuses to ignite, explode, no matter the situation. I must go and test myself. Bring me and pot. Powder. Tell the man if it does not ignite, suffer the same fate as those 5. Growled. Without the black powder, fighting these monsters would not be easy. The army was lazy and disciplined. Hey broski, hey, how's it going, Valiant boy? We are still writing away, bro. The army was lazy and yes, really low like Baby Yoda. Eyes really low like Baby Yoda. Interesting. Army was lazy and undisciplined, fat off the exploits of this old power that had carried their civilization. Would they be I listen music on speakers loud as fuck. My first blunt was 2C. Hell yeah, bro. Would they be able to withstand the many enemies they had wrought upon themselves in this hubris of... No. They had wrought upon themselves in this hubris of... such power. Like, I'm pretty sure I can end it with that, but I don't know. What do you guys think? It's like the army was lazy and undisciplined, fat off the exploits of this old power that had created their civilization. Would they be able to withstand the many enemies they had wrought upon themselves in this hubris of such power? Were this substance to no longer be viable? When I'm high, I want to take my family, friends, and tell them that I love them. Hell yeah, dude. The vibes, the feels, the feel-good vibes. So let it burn with the good vibes. Okay, let's redo this because it was all not working. Even though we're kind of almost done. You too? No? Oh, I love it, man. I'm always about that. Love and peace and love and peace and love and smoke some more. And let's all get along, that's what we do, yeah! Just feel at one with everything, you know?
This feeling is awesome. I am a bot, but what? I can't smoke? I want to smoke, give me that.
Look forward to reading this with you. I haven't really been following you as you've been writing. Yeah, that's kind of like, I'm like, are these even, like, I really like the writing and it forces me to write, but I'm like, I don't think this is good content. I think the story itself is good content, but I don't think writing it is necessarily good content. I switch on Twitch. Ooh.
I switch for Twitch.
For talking with Levi. Ah, interesting. BRB, the goat. Okay, I think we can end on that. With, would they be able to withstand the many enemies they had wrought upon themselves in this hubris of such power, were this substance to no longer be viable? Streaming can't all be good content, but also it'll become better content as you learn how to make it interesting. That's very true. I've just been trying to avoid, like, explaining myself as I'm going through it. But, yeah, agreed. So, we could definitely turn it into interesting content. It's just, I need to get better at picking a path in my head of all the different ideas and, like, establishing the story and following, like, a lot closer towards this. So what we're going to do, as always, we're going to take this and we're going to go like this. Write me a 3,000 a story about 2,500 to 3,000 words about, no, with. Write me a story with 2,500 to 3,000 words about Boom. Okay. We'll come back to that. We are now on to the story. So let's take a toke. Everyone, sit back, take a toke, and get ready for the fall of the wall. Hey yo, William Boy Twitch, my mod. Welcome back to Twitch. You are a god, good sir. You have all the power you need. Take it and use it. Wow, I add emotes, bro. Hell yeah, dude. Remember to get a lurker emote for a stacked lurker in StarCraft 1 Brood War. Like 8 stacked lurkers. I gotta download StarCraft, stack 8 lurkers, and get a fucking picture of it zoomed up. So we get a good lurker. So you can do exclamation point lurker and get that emote. I would fucking love to do that shit. I work tomorrow, but I don't work Monday. I need to take responsibilities for you, my king. The castle of Kick. I love it. Alright, let's talk. I don't have the time. I have so many things that I have to do with the stream. And I have like maybe 6 hours a week to like actually do that and implement that. And I'd rather do things like creating the banner and stuff that's actually like if someone popped into the stream, it would look like it was an advanced stream instead of like a retard. And I think it definitely looks a lot better now. Like, I want to do like a video of the evolution of the stream over the last like 6 months. 'Cause we've been slowly adding everything together to make it into this cacophony of what it is now. Which it still needs work, but we're there. Bro, that hit just burn your brain? Hell yeah, dude. Okay, so, the fall of the wall. Oh, are we ready for this? Are we ready? Here we go. The edge of the container was almost invisible against the dark grains of sand piled upon it. The cork for the top rounded perfectly to fit into the narrow mouth of the device. Zhao Fei, the sorcerer of the Long Brigade, carefully placed the cork into the top and secured it shut, tugging lightly on the wax cord that hung out of the clay contraption. His face was measured and focused as he placed it next to the rest. They were going to need 12 medium pots, 11 small, and 4 large. He had already made 22 pots. This would be the 23rd. Only small pots remained to be stuffed. Picking up the small wooden, finely carved scoop with a chute down the center and a funnel at the end, he dipped it into the wooden bucket to his left, the shifting of the powder making an eerie hissing sound as the bits collided into each other. Zhao Fei's mind wandered as he grabbed one of the last few empty pots and placed the end of the funnel into the opening. He tilted it gently upwards and the sand ran seamlessly into the pot, the last fine bits sliding down the wooden chute, stacking into a pile. Zhao Fei tapped his finger lightly against the scoop, causing the shock waves to teeter the piled sand, evening it. Don't worry, I will find internet. Yes, internet be good. As he did this, he placed the scoop back next to the bucket and grabbed the cork. He repeated the process of testing the cork with the cord to see if it was loose. It fit perfectly tight. Zhao Fei stretched his back as he raised from the log he was sitting on. His green and red colored robe, dabbled with black powder and dust, settled around his body. shook off most of the remains as he turned around to gawk at the glory of his work. The 5 buckets of powder is a magnificent work of art. The colors, sounds, and power of these abominations of nature caused Zhao Fei to smile. He had spent his life learning the ways of destruction and how to contain it, mold it to his will. From a harmless, colorful explosion to a gaseous, nectared incarnation of ammonia with salt. His ways were unchallenged and met with fierce, uplifting praise for his manner of art. Today would be a New Testament among the pages of his past. This would outdo all. The thought made him feel as a child once more, only briefly before returning to his mindset of murder. Zhao Fei walked towards the main command tent, the brown leather heftily tossed over what could only be called teetering sticks barely held up the weight. Felt as if one wrong move might cause the shelter to falter. Sao Long looked over his shoulder at Zhao Fei, opened the flap of the tent ever so gently. "Preparations are complete then, Major?" a gruff voice dinned by the closure of the enshrouding residence spat. "Ready to blow these inferiors to the wind, General," Zhao Fei responded in a hiss as if to tempt the fates to try to stop this coming doom. "Then fire the signal and ready your men for the task ahead. Your perfection will be showered upon the masses by this devious exploit. We may drive these creatures from these fertile lands, thus expanding our own. My honor to serve, General. The fact my talents and demeanor are not questioned or degraded by you makes the pleasure unbequeathed to such a vagrant as I." Zhao Fei bowed and left the tent. He reached into the folds of his robe and pulled out a small stick with a piece of rock attached to the end. He walked to the center of the encampment where a bamboo stick wrapped with wax cord sat next to a pile of pots. Zhao Fei picked up the tube and struck the rock and the small stick against a rock protruding from the bottom of the tube next to the cord. The stones clashed together, scraping tiny pieces off of them, which burned like coals. The cord ignited, and after it ran its course, the almost silent poof of the bluish-colored streak of light that shot from the vessel. A few seconds later, a distinct sound spread across the land. Zhao Fei sat behind a rock poised upon the mouth of a stream. He didn't hear the footsteps approaching, as the water almost did not notice the treads upon it. Shi Xiao appeared before Zhao Fei as he blinked. He was taken aback and hit his elbow against the rock. "Fuck, don't do that, man," Zhao Fei insisted as he rubbed his elbow. "I'm here for the fun, and it don't take that away from me." "Childish dreams from a childish man," Shi Xiao replied. "Let's go, I have a route set. Just tell me where to place the bombs." "All right, the men are just waiting. We will go in groups of 3. Told them the specifics and shown them the detailed map. We should be set," Zhao Fei replied as he stood up looking to the sky. "A sight you will see today, good sir. That'll be the day." Shi Xiao disapprovingly shook his head towards Zhao Fei. "The day Zhao Fei faces Zhishou in a contest of thought and loses will be the day Zhao Fei falls from this grand existence." Shi Xiao rolled his eyes as he turned around and walked back to the encampment. Zhao Fei placed the last of the explosives in his spot along the route. The sound of horses and men could be heard in the distance. The Mongols were on their way just in time. Zhao Fei clasped the striker in his hand as he brought it down upon the flint. As the spark ignited, the extended cord that stretched through the land over the hills, across the valley, and through the forest. They had spent days preparing the cord, lining before even making the clay pot explosives. They had to plan meticulously where the cords would go in order to set the bombs appropriately. Now was that moment. The fuse was lit. The time of judgment was at hand. These foul beasts from across the land would no longer be a pest before this great nation. This would scatter their attempts at a defensive stand. This technique had worked many times before, and the simple men seemed not to understand that it would continue. Zhao Fei stepped into the shadows of a rock crevice as he heard the distant sound of hissing from the cord. He sat down and counting the seconds, he waited. The sound of the approaching army grew louder. He smiled to himself, savoring these moments, the calm before the storm, the peace before the rushing tide. The seconds drew in. The dread was so sudden, Zhao Fei didn't recognize it at first. He couldn't have been wrong on his calculations. It was not possible. It had never happened in 35 years of his studies of the black powder and the ignition process. Was there a spy? Did someone stop the cord? The thoughts rushed through his head as he sat motionless, analyzing every possible outcome. Still, the sound of the rushing army grew in his ears so much so he feared they were upon him. The rustling of trees in the distance, he saw Xiao running towards him. What the fuck is going on, dude? What did you do? Xiao brandished his blade to Xiao Fei's throat. You will be the undoing of us all, traitor. Xiao slit Xiao Fei's throat, pressing the blade as deep as he could, severing his blowpipe and thrashing his blade against bone. Xiao Fei fell to the ground, legs kicking, grasping at his throat, and his eyes bulged from his head. He gurgled as the blood flowed from his flesh. Xiao smiled, the last bit of life left his body. Cao Long grabbed onto Xiao's black jacket, and pulled him straight eye to eye. You did what? I killed the fucking traitor. He sold us out to the armies. He sold us out. The army's here. We need to leave now and tell headquarters what the fuck he did. I knew this plan was too good to be true, and so did you. We all risked everything for this, and now we have to have no backup plan because we wasted so much time. Xiao was hysterical and thrashed out of Cao Long's grasp and fell to the floor. Burn everything. We ride for headquarters immediately. Full speed ahead, Cao Long commanded as he walked out of the tent without giving Xiao a second look. The army was upon the gates as the remainder of the Long Brigade arrived at the Great Wall. How did they push this far into our territory? Cao Long questioned to himself as he peered around the corner of the watchtower and readied himself to sprint for the gates. He saw his opportunity and dashed. He heard the whiz of an arrow go by his head, then another. He focused and began to serpentine as he dove into the gates. He pressed himself against the inner cove of the gatehouse watchstand. The arrow struck the sturdy wood, the thudding almost as loud as Cao Long's heart in his ears. He had made it. Now he just needed to inform the higher-ups of the situation. What do you mean it's broken? Broken how? I don't understand. Execute this depraved dissenter. The Emperor spoke as he scoffed at the situation. Black powder broken? What could that even mean? It refuses to ignite and explode no matter the situation? I must go and test this myself, the Emperor thought to himself. Bring me a pot, a striker, and some powder. Tell the man if it does not ignite, he will suffer the same fate as those 5. He growled as he stomped back towards the command center inside the guardhouse tower. Without the black powder, fighting these monsters would not be easy. The army was lazy and undisciplined, fat off the exploits of this old power that had carried their civilization. Would they be able to withstand the many enemies they had wrought upon themselves? In this hubris of such power, were this substance to no longer be viable? Dun dun dun. Okay, let's see what the AI wrought. What'd you give us, Grok? I'm on Twitch, emotes free. Again, I need to look into that. I don't really understand. Like, I have ideas for what emotes I want, but I honestly, like, I gotta figure it out, and it just hasn't been really a priority. I'll make it a priority. You mentioning it, it's now a priority. The silent powder. Okay. Intro. The Mongolian steppes stretched endlessly before the Chinese encampment. Bro, that my role. Hell yeah, bro. You got this. I believe in you. You got the power! You have the power! Remember this line. You bow to no one, my friend. The Mongolian steppes stretched endlessly before the Chinese encampment, a vast sea of golden grass under the sky unmarred by clouds. For days no rain had fallen, leaving the land parched and brittle.
friends. You bow to no one.
The Kit Castle, Minas Tirith. The Kit Castle. Fucking so beautiful. But yeah, you bow to no one. Perfect for the fires that Xiao Fei intended to unleash, the air carried the sharp scent of smoke and the faint tang of sulfur as soldiers bustled about, their armor clanking and their voices low with anticipation. At the edge of the camp, near a cluster of tents, Xiao Fei sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by clay pots and pouches of black powder. Xiao Fei was the youngest of the three legendary warriors, his face still smooth where Sao Long and Shi Xiao bore the scars of battle, but his youth belied a mind sharper than any blade, especially when it came to the art of black powder. He knew everything about it, how to grind the saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal into a fine mix, how to ignite it with a spark, how to delay the blast with waxed fuses, and even how to blend it with other elements to tint the flames red or green, or to amplify its destructive force. His father, an alchemist in the Emperor's court, had taught him the basics, but Xiao Fei had taken those lessons further, perfecting recipes that had made him indispensable to the Chinese army. It's an honor to have you as my mod, dude. Like, not only my mod, my first subscriber, like, you're carrying the channel, bro. You are carrying us. I fucking love you, man. We got this. Upwards and onwards, my friends, towards victory we shall go. Yes! Now his hands moved with precision, filling clay pots with the dark, gritty powder. He inserted wax braids of animal hair into each one, twisting them carefully to ensure they would burn at the right pace. These were no mere fire starters, they were weapons designed to erupt in bursts of flame and sound, shattering enemy lines and setting the dry grasslands ablaze. Xiao Fei paused to wipe sweat from his brow, his dark eyes gleaming with confidence. This invasion of Mongolia, ordered by the Emperor himself, would hinge on his craft. Yeah, you two, just, I hope soon people will going. It is what it is, man. I mean, it's a slow log process. Like, you gotta work at it. You gotta put the effort in. And, like, I am going as hard as I fucking can. And I intend to explode. I hope I might be able to. But I still think the content needs to grow. It's still a seed. We're not even at the, like, sprouting from the seed part yet. We're still inside the seed. We're cooking. We're cooking. That's all we need to do. And when the masses arrive, it won't be like that streamer that gets rated 2,000 views, gains 250 followers, and then the next day absolutely nothing about their stream changes because they're not interesting enough for people to be captured by their stream. I still feel it's like maybe I could capture 5% of an audience, but I don't think we're at that fantastical capture moment yet. It will be a while. But you always want to be prepared for and set up for that moment, for if it ever does happen, you got to be ready for it. You got to know what you're doing. Spreading Monster Hunter, people. Well, I mean, we got a week until Wilds comes out. We'll see what the fuck happens in Wilds, man. I think you got to find what works. Yeah, and you got to do what you want to do, right? Like, I want this to be, like, do you guys know who Mr. Ballin is? I want to be like Mr. Ballin for fiction writing short stories like on YouTube. Like Twitch is like, yeah, sure. Like streaming in general is like, yeah, sure. But it's like, I want to do like short stories on YouTube and just like write stories and put stories out there and have people listen to them. Like I listen to like Laughing Forget Life's Awesome. Hell yeah, dude. Chase your dreams and you know what. Thank you for your content all morning following you. Oh, that guy. Had to look him up. Yeah, he does like he does like horror stories, but they're like real life stories, right? So that's kind of an enticing thing, but it's like I want to do short stories, but kind of in that same thing where it's like, you know, but it's like it's more of an M. Night Shyamalan kind of thing with like a twist. Like all the stories have this like twist in them that's either a moral, a dilemma, like Good Spirits finished To Be Found. Yeah, agreed. Like you said, Levi, like some supernatural thing happening in a war. Well, what's more supernatural than an explosive not exploding anymore for no reason? Sorry, I sucks at English. No, you're doing absolutely amazing, Valiant boy. You speak probably better English than I do. Like, I need to expand my vocabulary. That's something we need to work on, is expanding my vocabulary. Maybe that's what we'll do tomorrow. We'll spend like the whole stream doing vocabulary. And we're gonna have a dictionary and a thesaurus, and we're gonna do like randoms. Be like, pick a random word. Be like a random word generator, and we generate a word, and then we find whatever. I'm only a 21 student French, and just one day I clicked on your stream. I mean, that's all it takes, right? And look now. Exactly, right? So it's like, if you can just get them in there, get them on. Get in here, get in here, get in here. We're ready to go, boys. And especially the fact that somebody from like a completely different culture and language, like that's a huge barrier to cross, right? So the fact that I did that is very impressive to me. I'm like, all right, we have a starting, we have a standard, we have a basis, we have a fucking God on our side. It's fucking great. You don't know how applauding you. Oh, I understand. I'm like, if I had discovered Asmon, or Asmon was not like a WoW player when, like, if Asmon was a Final Fantasy player from the beginning, like he didn't play WoW, he played Final Fantasy 11. That's I think how you view me. I'm smiling, so on good vibes. Hell yeah, man. That's what it's all about. Bring the good vibes, the storytelling, and the ideas. Expose, express, and retain. Evolve. And that's what we're going to do. Continue to evolve. And our goal is to be extremely good at, like I said, with the writing. If you can make paint dry interesting, then you can make anything interesting. I have to make the process of writing a story as interesting as listening to the story. I think that should be a goal. But anyways, nearby, a soldier approached, his curiosity overwhelming his deference. Zhao Fei, is that the black powder, the one that burns the sky? Zhao Fei glanced up, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It is. Want to see? I feel like I view you as a peer, since we stream in the same category. Yeah, Levi, I agree. I see you as a peer as well, because I'm looking towards your stream for input, and then it's like the way you approached your stream layout after looking at my layout, and then I looked at your layout, and I'm like, damn. See, that was like my original concept, except like kind of in a blue, And then I came up with the idea of, like, that's what I originally had. And then I was like, well, what if I could get something that was animated? And then I came up with the galaxy and the cloud. Because I'm like, I love space and stuff and science. And I think that kind of, like, celestial view goes really, really well with, like, my stream. But I do like what you did with it. And then we can even evolve it from there, taking ideas from each other, right? So, stay humble, keep lucidity, don't lost your valors, education, and accept to live and let people live their lives. Yeah, man. Just wait for the next makeup and hair and nail stream. Let's go, girls! And this is when I just now realized that I'm a fucking idiot. And we're 5 hours into the stream. And Valium Boy, you didn't fucking tell me that I didn't change my category. Or...
Valium Brain has just stopped working. He tried to much to understand this conversation.
Why am I in the Monster Hunter World category? I forgot to change my title and my category for the entire stream. Or did you do that, Valium Boy? I am now questioning reality as to whether I'm like, wait, I don't think I did. I don't think I changed the category. I don't think I changed the story. I think we're running the exact same stream we were running when we left last night. No, because my first thought was, wait, did Valium secretly change the section to Monster Hunter World? So if, as like a subtle hint to be like, hey bro, go play Monster Hunter World, because that is like the things I want you to do, and that's why I gave you the power to do basically anything. So you can do like shit in the background that obviously I wouldn't notice, because I've spent the last 5 hours like staring at the chat, and my thing is like literally right beside it, and it says Monster Hunter World. And I've looked at it multiple times and just never clicked that it said Monster Hunter World and not writing and reading. I'm a fucking idiot. But that gives you an example of like something funny and like I don't want to say non-power abusive, because you need to be abusing your power, bro. You're God. Abuse your power. But yeah, I'm an idiot. I totally forgot to change categories and everything. Usually what happens is somehow it automatically like resets to just chatting if like you're in a gaming category but you're not playing that game. I can change, I know, if you forgot. Yes. When I'm done reading this story, we are going to be playing Monster Hunter World, so it doesn't matter right now. It doesn't matter at all. We're just going to read this story, and we're just going to saunter right on into the Monster Hunter World category and actually play Monster Hunter World. But we gotta get through this story. Oh... Soldier nodded eagerly, and Zhao Fei took a pinch of the powder, placing it on a flat stone. With a flick of his flint, sparks danced into the mixture. A sharp crack split the air, followed by a burst of flame and a plume of smoke. The soldier flinched, then grinned. Incredible. We'll burn the Mongolians out of their own land with that. Okay, I all understood. Think. Exactly. Abuse your power. Do stuff that will fuck up the stream because it's funny and it's content. Clip the most ridiculous... Like, clip me sitting there in silence doing nothing for, like, 30 seconds. Like, that kind of shit. Just go fucking crazy with it. But what was your error, and what should I did? I have to learn the commands, but... I guess it would be because I have to change everything on YouTube. So if you went over to the YouTube and you compared... Okay, let's see. Yeah. See, on the YouTube it says, creating maps of Gaia. Because that's what I was doing. I lost time for you, my king. No, it's all good. Creating maps of Gaia. Instead, we're on... Origin of religion, spirituality, science in the Monster Hunter World category. Like a fucking fucktard idiot. Exactly, right? So, like, in this instance, one thing that you could do if you wanted to was change the category to reading and writing. Since we're not actually playing Monster Hunter, but since we will be playing Monster Hunter, it doesn't really matter. We will, Xiao Fei replied, returning to his work. Fire is our ally, and I've made sure it obeys us. Exactly, bro. As he sealed the last pot, Sao Long's voice boomed across the camp. Men, to me! First quest. Yes! Quests! That's what we think them as. Quests. We must embark on these great quests to achieve the ultimate stream. It will be our goal to make this happen. Step 1. Steal underpants. Step 2. Step 3. Profit. As he sealed the last pot, Sao Long's voice boomed across the camp. Men, to me! The leader of the three warriors stood atop a crate, his scarred face stern beneath his helmet. Soldiers gathered quickly, their cheers fading into attentive silence as Xiao Fei joined them, his clay pots cradled in a sling. What are you going to do with the steel underpants? No, it's steel underpants. Like, you steal underpants. Okay, so now we have underpants, right? So that's step 1. We steal the underpants. And then step 2. And then step 3, profit. Rising action. Sao Long surveyed his men, his presence commanding respect. He was older than Zhao Fei by a decade, his armor dented from countless battles, but his voice carried the strength of a man unbroken by war. The Emperor has given us a task to claim Mongolia for China. And if you guys don't get that, I'll pull it up if you guys don't actually get that. Uh-oh. Fuck!
Damn, dude, this place is...
Fuck! Are we frozen? Did OBS just freeze again? No! Fuck you, OBS. Okay, guys, we gotta restart the stream. Yeah, but can you see the screen? Can you see the screen? Yeah, it's fucked. The screen's fucked. Yeah, well, we have to restart the